child of Iris, coming crisis. You're invited to come down. Silver skin cells, simply held in a cradle, hopefully found. And if you're honest with me, if you aren't a liar, then just give me what I need. Tell me, where am I wrong? Super sad. I'm so sorry. That's my story. I know less than most do. Super sad. Super
I can't be alone here. I can't be the only one who feels like I'm going nowhere. Just wishing somehow this dream will carry me. And I'll swear just one last time. They say the world is yours, so I'ma make it mine. 'Cause nothing is stopping you. won't catch you now.
Observe flames fill the sky. It's just your frame of mind. Strike the match, ignite your life. Spread your wings in the night. Anticipate lonely roads. Expand your frame of mind. Don't ever lose your soul.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're finally ready for map 2 to begin. Apparently, Ebot was being rather ridiculous. Everyone's ready. I think the teams are more than ready.
I think you're ready.
I'm not ready.
No?
No, not yet. I will once the game starts. Then I'm totally ready. But it is Team Liquid against Virtus Pro. Again, it is map 2. It is Mirage, and that does mean that it's VP's map choice. Therefore, Liquid should start, should they choose to, on the CT side.
Yep.
16-14 in game 1. Not a bad effort from the Americans, but VP do have the one map lead.
Well, this is the thing. Like, it was a nice romantic story for them. They looked like they would come back, take it to overtime after that save by as well. They went to map point. It seemed like they were just doing everything they could to get back into it, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough in the end. That last round didn't work out for them. They lost the first pick and it kind of all fell apart from there. But definitely an impressive showing. We thought that one would go to double figures. I didn't think it would go down to 16-14. So impressive start from Liquid, or unable to take the map, but definitely showing they can compete at this level at least.
Mm-hmm. And their B-side defense was phenomenal. Almost questionable that VP continued to try and break it, but that's what gave them a lot of momentum. Again, started at the second half with 7 rounds unanswered before VP put up their first terrorist side point, at least. And again, I mean, there was a lot of opportunity. I would say the CT of VP was actually quite impressive how aggressive they were on that A site. and how well they pushed out toward the bathrooms and such, Snacks being very aggressive. But there was a lot of opportunity where Liquid could have capitalized and didn't. So there's a lot to learn from that standpoint moving forward. But, of course, it doesn't really count if you come close. The map still goes the way of Virtus Pro, and now they've got to do it with one down to come back on Mirage. So.
Well, we're going to Virtus Pro's pick now, of course. So this is where they should be, on paper, rolling this one. But we see them take Liquid's map, overpass off them, so we get Mirage. Like I said, they will be starting on the T side here, so obviously the advantage goes towards Liquid in that respect, but this is a map where VP can just run away with this one. Their T side, if they get the pistol, it could be a really interesting affair for them going forward. And if, I just want to point out, if production can hear me, I can't actually hear myself right now, so could you just sort that out a little bit as before? But it's fine. Let's keep going.
We need to hear each other. That's okay.
Yeah.
I can hear you over the loud system, so we're good. But we should be ready to roll at any second once both teams have completed the ready-up process. And like you say, pistol is going to be important again for Team Liquid. Economy was something that worked against them as well. You keep in mind they tried and fought to get back into it on the T side. Fortunately, they got enough of a lead on the CT side. They never had to worry about it. It's harder to get back in a lot of ways, even with the round loss bonus when you are on that CT side. But now they've really got to make sure they manage it well from the very beginning if they even want to give themselves a chance.
Well, they had a really good, strong start on that CT side. Liquid went on to that, and they won the pistol. Was it like 6-0? Looking really
they've
strong.
actually won both pistols, technically.
You're right, and they got EK'd on the first half, right? So they actually won both pistols and lost 16-14. That's actually a really interesting result, considering it finished such a close finale there. But going into Mirage, they get the CT start. If they do win the pistol here, the thing is about that anti-eco in the first half, it seems like they really kind of forgot how to approach those rounds. There's either two schools I thought you can go with, right? You can go for the stay together, spread out, try and wait for this CT aggression coming in and see what you can do there. But they opted to go towards B. They lost map control from the start, and then they got isolated between smoke grenades and then pushed through. But it looks like we're actually going into this one.
Are you going to hype it this time? Are you going to jinx yourself again?
I'm not sure I want to hype it just yet.
I'm going to let you do it anyway.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, map 2, we have arrived. Put your hands together. Let's build the energy in the room again. Make some noise. There we go.
All right, well, right now it looks like we've got a decent amount of grenades bought out by VP. 2 players with armor as well, Bialy and Pasha, but good amount of smokes. 3, in fact, already up on the pistol round, and a good amount of flashes to complement that. Are they going to go for an A hit? Looks like they are. So not the standard B rush we normally see.
They did this last on overpass as well. They did the fake. They had a heavy utility play there, but like you said, 4 players heading towards the A ramp here. 1 player lurking towards the top and middle as well. But the CT's pushing off short, trying to gain information. This is good, but grenades being expended now as the smokes come onto the A-bomb site. Yeah, and this actually limits Elige and Adren. They're stuck outside of those smokes, so they've got to fight back through this. This should give an easy bomb plant to Virtus Pro, who used the nade to take down Hiko. He was on the CT stairs, so now all players from Liquid are coming from the same angle and smoked off. And Virtus Pro, they're going to go straight through. They're actually going to walk in and take the fight before Liquid are even going to get a chance to get the bomb site back. They do manage to pick up 2 kills with Elige and Fugly, but Taz in the end will put down the ladder. And there's the final kill as well. Taz onto Elige. It's 1-0 Virtus Pro. So there we go, then smoke play coming in as we expected there. But this time, instead of waiting for the smokes there and sitting behind them, they chose to push through, surprise the counter-terrorists, and the frags fell apart for the CTs there. They actually only got 1 or 2 kills there, I think. But now we go into the second round. It'll be interesting to see how Liquid approaches one. Will they be getting the armor buy-in? We see a lot of teams do this. It looks like they're, interesting enough, not going to be expending everything here. They're going to get the P250s, a couple of grenades as well, but not going to be going full into this one. Snacks picking up the sawn-off shotgun. That's coming into the meta more and more now. I think like players like Flusher and JW really are wielding that a lot and showing it as a viable weapon going into this. So this would be perfect, considering the CTs don't have armor going into this scenario.
Interestingly enough, Hiko was actually one of the players who used to use it on Nuke Hut, even on gun rounds, because it was so good in that position. So that's no longer a case because we don't have Nuke on the map pool.
That's true.
RIP. But it is going to be Neo jumping over top of Tetris. First kill onto Hiko. Quite good, but Adren comes back in. So they've actually managed to find 1 eco frag so far. That does limit the economy, and decent damage onto Neo as well if they can find a way to follow it up. But Taz, using that P90, is just going to obliterate everyone remaining, and finally that shotgun will come out. So much more simple round there coming in from VP. Against the Anonymous players, as mentioned before, that's going to be absolutely masterclass for them. Going in with the weapons like the Mac-10 is going to chew the CTs together. So here we go. Then we go into round number 3. The CTs, once again, going to be making sure they have that full buy going into the first gun round. I like that a lot. A lot of teams don't do that these times. They won't have the AWP. They won't have the Molotovs, for example. So this is a really positive step from Liquid, I think. I think they've made the right decision here going forward. See if these pistols actually can find anything as well. Elige putting himself in a very forward and aggressive angle on that A ramp. Changes his mind, though, gets more aggressive toward the connector position. Do they check in account for the fact that there's two? Elige manages to pick up one, but they do check every corner. And what a fast round again. Virtus Pro on the anti-eco, but here we go. Like you said, guns are going to come out. Yeah, really strong there play from VP, going in, staying as that 5-man unit, not even spreading across the map, choosing their areas decisively, and is getting in, and they knew that'd be the full eco. So Adren picking up the AWP. VP not going to be presenting that same option here. Neo's going to be with the AK-47. It's building that economy there. You can see a decent bank of cash there for the T so far, but this time they have got full AKs, full set of grenade as well. CT's not looking too hot there because Adren's actually glass cannon. They've got no defuse kits. It's not as strong as I thought it would be considering they saved fully, but here we go then. We go into round number 4. And CT's actually showing a little bit of aggression towards the top of middle as well. You can see Nitro going to be pushing up and trying to find some intel here. Keep in mind they did invest in a few pistols. They had P250s and Deagles out, which was just enough to push them over that limit. Nitro manages to pick up one, but Virtus Pro are playing so fast right now. Again, already out middle. And 4 kills to the 1 in return. Leaves Fugly alive but alone. Has an M4. Can of fire, as well as armor, and I imagine he'll just secure a position where he can look for exit kills and hold on to that weapon because there's not much of a chance for him to get back into this. Bomb's going to go down on the A site, and Snacks and Neo are already on the hunt. And what a brutal first round that was. Normally most teams on that first gun round like to present a little bit of aggression towards middle. It can be very viable for the CTs to do that. You can see now it's just going to be Fugly, last man remaining with the rifle, just trying to get some exit frags here. Will make one onto Bialy. But the point I was making before, if you're actually going up together, you need to have the AWP crossfiring you, making sure he's actually covering you. Fugly just scrambling for some kills there. And Snacks is going to come out at an opportune moment. Looks back, realizes he's flashed, so gets quickly toward Palace, but that does funnel him in Taz's position, so he's got to fight himself out a lot further here if he wants this AK. Manages one more, but low on HP. Does he get caught? He can actually get away from this. Good fire as well to hold off Snacks, and he will keep the AK. Well played. Yeah, VP could afford to chase him in that scenario. They wanted to get him. You could see how hungry they were for that kill. Had they got it, it would have been really valuable to them because you see the economy is so crushed right now. The AK on Fugly does make it interesting a little bit. It means they can actually, if they do predict where they're going to go and then get him in the right position, if he sets the scoreboard on fire and actually makes a couple of kills, that could be interesting, especially because of the AK-47. But this time, Neo will be picking up the AWP. 4-0 in favour of VP now. They are building that momentum. We talked about this is the nightmare start for Liquid. They're going to be investing men towards middle. Elige does get taken down with Fugly taking out Snacks as well. So it's a 4-on-4, and this is what we're talking about. He gets that first frag on the board. Now he can rotate and decide where to go. Fugly still again. Watch Nitro, though. He's actually perfectly behind them right now at top of middle. Fugly's going to get one more with the gun, but there's Nitro coming in with the CZ-75, and if he pushes forward, he's got a rifle he can use, and now they've got the man advantage. AWP for Nitro, as Bomb, though, is on the A site in the hands of Bialy. Well, now then, 3-on-2 situation. They have got the AWP on Nitro as well. No kits, though, so they need to find another kill right now. They're going to have a real chance of getting back into this. Adren's going to run into Pasha and get caught off guard. Didn't expect him to be pushing through. Connector does give Nitro yet another opportunity from behind, but he fires away too soon. He's flashed up Pasha, but there's no armor, and therefore Nitro does go down. It all turned so bad so quickly as they had a chance, and they still may, as Fugly will get Bialy. He's near the bomb, but Pasha's just going to play this out. Tries to take the peek, and Fugly hits it, but he's got no kit. So 4 kills for Fugly with the 1 saved AK, and still not enough to secure the round. I said that AK could be dangerous, and my God, was it dangerous there. 4 frags, pick up the AWP as well. So considering what was going on that round, that's actually really cool for them to actually and go back to Nitro hitting that shot. If he did actually take down Pasha,
that was an easy shot with the AWP. Like he had 2 bites of the cherry there. He had the AWP shot, and then the CZ in the back on the fully blind Pasha. Somehow didn't land that kill. That could have been the clutch one, and then he could have got back into this game. But here we go, 5-0 in favour of the T side. You can see Neo picking the AWP. So is Adren, though. Yet to have any real impact. He's on 1 for 5. You need to step up here and start controlling that middle area. And that's Fugly who went to pick that up as well at the end of the round, which is why they were able to afford bringing it out again so quickly. And that does also give them 4 kits. None for Nitro. But as we know, he's aggressive early, so maybe not the worst player not to have one. Snacks again in this underpass. Late smoke on the window because they did want to take that pick. They had the AWP in a position where it would have been advantageous. But Elige is going to be the closest one to all of this action. Nitro's gone toward ladder room as well, so he'll be able to set up a crossfire, but they may be aware of his position because they're already nading in toward him, and he's taken a good amount of damage already. So all the terror is actually up towards middle now. You can see the bomb actually rotating back to B now, but Snacks gets in the connector. This is actually a great smoke for him, and there's the first pick coming for Bialy on shore. Takes down Nitro now, getting them another advantage. 5-4 in favour of the T's. They played that really well. They limited Nitro's movement. They had window covered. He couldn't escape through, and
Hiko, not normally a player to make mistakes like that, walks in when they have absolutely no information, and Snacks was just waiting for the rotation, follow it up. 2 more kills as Neo and Pasha finally come to life, and Elige, last alive, goes down immediately after. Another very convincing round with guns out against Liquid.
T-side not really having to do too much here in terms of tactics. They're just waiting. All 5 men at one point were committed towards the middle area, and then we see them boosting up towards window. Pasha getting frags here, and then they're just waiting for the CTs to make mistakes, essentially. Once they got that kill into ladder room, it seemed like CTs weren't really sure how to position themselves to get back into it. We saw Hiko getting killed quite questionably. They had the intel, all the players towards the middle, when he actually had his back towards connector, but there we go. 6 rounds on the board for VP. AWP still going to be on board with Adren. He needs to start making that work for him as they push up middle once
Nitro.
again.
That smoke might just give Nitro enough of a movement, but Neo's there with at least one on the AWP. It's responded, and now Nitro, who was undetected, still able to pick up the second kill. And the aggressive play, the call from Adren, works for Liquid. This gives them a man advantage, but they still have given up the A site. Taz is going to lurk through, and the bomb will follow in his footsteps. Bialy gets caught, though. Adren is able to pick him up with the AWP, and that means the bomb will go further into the round without being planted. Still a minute left, though, and look at Taz's position. Fugly spots him up, though, and this will give the read. So now they won't get caught off at that window room, and he's got to go back to the A site. And still he awaits for the arrival of Snacks, who is doing Snacks things right now, lurking on B all by his lonesome, and he may just be able to catch off 1 or 2, but it still doesn't necessarily give Taz any movement. Luckily, that smoke will allow him to put the bomb down. And Snack's going to wait. He doesn't even need to take this shot. He goes for it right away, actually. I thought he might hold on to that a little bit sooner. And Adren's yet to turn around, so they pulled this back to a 2-on-2 as Taz picks up one more on Hiko, and he's still got decent position. They drop into the site from Sandwich, and Taz will pick up Nitro. It's down to Adren. 1 versus 2 from a 2 versus 4. And it's all falling apart again for Liquid, who are desperate to get back into this game. Showing the inexperience of old and down low on HP. 24 to go for Adren, but he pops up on top of the box, and he's caught as Taz uses the smoke to his advantage. And Liquid, do they slow it down? Do they call a timeout right now and talk things over? Because this is not what, I mean, this is Liquid of old. They just look lost. No motivation that they had.
4-on-2 situation falling apart like that. It looked like they had it all tied up. They had that great middle push to kick things off, and this time they actually had the AWP backing them up, making sure the return frags were made, got great control, and then they allowed Taz to go to CT spawn. He got locked down by Fugly. He thought, great, they've got this in a great position now. They know where Taz is. It's just Snacks was that, snake in the grass, got the first frag towards CT spawn there. He pushed all the way back from B, and that's a really disappointing round, not just in terms of the context of the game, just the morale of the team as well. We really disappointed that one. They buy up with a Nova onto Fugly and some CZs as well, but this is another round looking like it's going to go only one way, and that's going to be in favor of VP, as they should take the actual half victory here as well.
Yeah, that's insane that it's already 7 rounds unanswered. And again,
just flown by,
even with the lost round bonus based on the aggressive buy to get the AWP on Adren, they're limited significantly. Nitro, again, will pick up an early kill with the CZ75, but Neo's already worked up short and into the window room. Nitro knows that they're going to fire him into the corner, which forces him out. Very smart. Take no chances. And the nade to follow it up as well. They didn't even need Neo to come into it.
Now it's going to gain that short control, sticking as that tight unit. We see them do this a lot on the anti-ecos, making sure if anyone dies, it's the men there to back them up. It's just textbook CS coming in. And when you've got players like Bialy lighting up the scoreboard like that, it's not really much the CTs can do. As a Nova towards a B apartments, that's Fugly. He gets taken down. Just going to leave Hiko on his lonesome now in a 4-on-1 against VP with the bomb going down on B.
And I think Fugly was hoping someone would desperately walk through the apartment so he could just hit him with the shotgun and swap out for a rifle, but they all walked in from short after that early pick-and window. So Hiko will look for exits. Virtus Pro, they'll take 8 rounds so far, and Hiko isn't even going to get his wish.
Yeah, this is getting to the point of no return now. 8-0 in such formidable fashion as well. I like this player with the Molotov. That's really smart. They knew where he was, flushed him out, and there it is.
They've called it. Liquid's called it. So they are taking the timeout, yeah, undoubtedly. And they'll do it right before a buy rather than on the eco previous. So
that 4-on-2, that's where it just went. You thought, okay, they've got a chance to get back into this now. There should be a tied-up round. And that was signs of Liquid of old. They don't normally make that mistakes recently with the addition of Hiko. It seems like the restructure has kind of flushed out those issues, but that was pretty bad to watch. The fact they allowed, even though they knew where Taz was, they just had no idea the flank was coming in from Snacks. He made it all the way to CT spawn, found that first frag, and then they started facing one by one and left Adren in that impossible situation of the 1-on-2 with the retake with the AWP. So 8-0 now. You can see they have got a decent bank of cash. I'd like them to see the run maybe a double AWP set up now. Adren's been doing relatively well. The round they come to close to winning, he got 2 frags there. So potentially leaving one man in B anchoring. That could be Nitro with the AWP, having Adren moving more of a mobile AWP. He could go up to short, for example. Then he start it up, go for that first frag, get them in a decent position. Double AWP, I think, would probably be a savior here.
Yeah, I mean, there's potential for it. The big thing is they need to sustain the early pick. Even the times they've gotten it, it was traded immediately. We saw Fugly pick one up 1-for-1 at window. We saw Nitro actually push aggressively and actually give them that advantage, and that round all fell apart. So it's a matter of not necessarily being in a position where you have to get traded, and in most cases they haven't even found that early pick to begin with. So
well, we've got time here. Let's have a quick look at the score, but we can see Hiko yet to arrive. 0 for 8 for him is kind of a
shocking.
We don't normally say that at all about him, right? He's normally the guy, the star player of this team. You can see the buy is coming in now. So they have got Adren on the AWP. Hiko yet to buy on my screen. So he's going to go in the rifle as well. We can see VP going to be rolling. They've got so much money right now. You can see he's 11k on Snacks, 9k on Bialy, 9k on Taz. So they're pretty much set for the rest of the game here. But this is the big round. If Liquid can get a couple in a row here, they lose this one, and then it's pretty much the point of no return, as I mentioned before. They need to get back in this game right now. The pauses normally do help teams. They're not going to be going aggressive this time. More of a orthodox setup. Not going to be pushing straight up middle, but let's see what they can do now.
Liege getting information on A ramp. Very different approach to this, but Hiko's got his eyes fixed on Palace, and Taz was slightly in the open. Hiko's going to try and spam him down, but does get him on the second peek, and now a Liege, as I say, rather than Hiko gets that kill. That's the second one of the round, so now they've got a 2-round advantage with no trades against them. Finally, they can look to try and secure some map control, but the late smoke will deter Pasha from trying to walk through connector as well. It's even better, and Elise, he's looking in the right position, but doesn't know it as the smoke dissolves. Who's going to shoot first? And it is Elise who spots up Pasha, just the edge of his leg, and it's good enough to give them a 3-man advantage. Finally, something to work with.
Yeah, surely this one's tied up. And there we go. That one confirms it. Bialy goes down. He's just going to leave Neo here. The dangerous thing about this is, though, this resets the loss bonus for Liquid. Next round, actually, the good thing about this is they didn't lose any men. As I say that, though, Neo gets one more to Liege, but they only lost one man. They still have a decent money here. This is the round that really counts. If they lose this one, potentially could... Well, actually, the money's not too bad, but they will be on a very difficult buy indeed. So this is the one that counts. VP 8-1 now. So we're going to round number 10. You
have to wonder as well, Liquid slightly less experienced in these LAN environments. If that delay take the wind
I'm not going to buy that
sails.
anymore, Matt. They've been to 10 events, I think. That's mentioned. I don't think you can keep saying these guys aren't experienced enough. It's really not. I don't entertain that anymore, unfortunately.
They're going for the same push they went for 3 rounds ago. Adren will hold off the window. This time they're caught, though, because Virtus Pro, they don't go out as aggressively, and that smoke does allow Nitro to pick up only one, but Bialy gets right back into it. Snacks goes even further than that. Adren down gives them entire mid-control to work with, and Fugly limited to just the B apartments. Hiko on the A site, and Snacks again to lurk against him. Does he get spotted this time? If he can find the kill against Snacks, they may have a chance if he can get to B fast enough, but he hasn't. He's walked past him, and now Snacks gets to do what he does best and just walk in at the worst possible moment. Fugly able to pick up one on Taz. That does help, but Hiko's aware. He actually turns back, so now there's a real chance. If Snacks had gotten that kill, it was all over, and Hiko, coming through, is able to pick up everybody, and finally he clutches out a round, and Liquid will get 2 back-to-back.
That's the one they needed to win. The money stays strong for them. 3 players go down, but Hiko finally coming to life on this first half. 3 frags for him. Great retake there. We saw it working really well on the overpass, and this time starting to wake up now. 8-2. They really do need the rest of these rounds. They need to start stringing this momentum together. Fugly saves the AWP. We can just see this replay now. Fugly taking out the first frag, and then Hiko watching for the lurk. This is the shot that really sums it up. That's a really nice play from him. And then nice little tap to finish things off. But second round, some signs of life for Liquid yet. And Neo now picking up the AWP as well.
That's the thing, though, right? It's again, this momentum base that starts and mounts so heavily against Liquid. It's good to see them crawling back into games like this, because formerly this was a huge issue, but it's almost, like you said, the writing on the wall at this point. We'll see if they can do it. Again, they made things interesting after a 10-5 half on overpass, but that time they were going over to the CT side. Neo again has that AWP in a good position in window, and having not found the pick early enough, they'll late smoke off Adren, who goes for a desperate shot through it. But now it's up to Elise to hold off short. Does so successfully. Again, those smokes set a gap above them now. Bialy's still pushing, and Elise gets back into safety. So he gives up a little bit of position, but stays alive, and that gives them the man advantage now to play with.
Yeah, didn't overstay his welcome. Got that one frag, worked out those more players there as well, and that gives information to the B players. They can stay strong there. We've got control of A, stay towards the B bomb site, and save a utility as well. So you can see the T's now just trying to take away that intel from the CTs. Getting smokes down connector, window as well, and looks like they're going to be boosting up Snacks there as well. We know how deadly he can be in these sort of positions.
It's been a while since we've seen this boost come into play.
Oh,
not this game at all. And Elise, he spots him up too late, and he actually fires away. And he's already gone through the gopher hole, which gives him the kill on Fugly. The timing is just barely off, and although Elise does come back to get him, the damage has been done. And now Virtus Pro, they've got the B site as Nitro goes down. Elise has to rotate back, but he needs to be cautious in his approach because his two teammates are not yet in position to go for the retake with him. Neo's just putting himself in a position now to plant the bomb without being spotted. And look at Bialy just holding with that AK toward the window. Has to turn his attention back toward Catwalk because they don't have the full read on exactly the fact that all three players from Liquid, are going to try and go for the standard play out of Checkers. First one goes to Bialy. That was Elise trying to get information as he was low on HP. Neo missing that second shot with the AWP, but they're still not any closer, and he will make up for it. Not before Adren could take down Bialy, so still has a chance as he takes down Neo. It's brought to a one-on-one. As Taz needs to just bait this out. He's on top of it already. The smoke in play. He's trying to spam into it. Taz has lost track of it, and even the Shadow Daggers won't do it. Liquid will pick up 3. And oh my God, that was close.
What a massive round that was from Liquid. I thought when they were all retaken from the kitchen area as well, I thought there's no chance of getting back into this round. Adren picking up a couple of frags there, and actually with his dream smoke, couldn't have worked out any better for him. Taz potentially a little panic there coming into it. He tries to get the stab off. Did he die towards the end? No, actually survived, but...
They both kind of walked away in shock, I think, that actually
what just happened. Yeah, that's the best scenario for Adren there. I bet he can't believe his luck he didn't get taken down, but there we go. Liquid string 3 together, and they have the AWP towards middle still. Virtus Pro still will be buying into this, and once again going for that mid control, making their way up to short. Elise has been the one locking them down as they go up there. He's going to the same position towards connector as well.
Still, though, coming down to these close situations, it means that both teams this round are facing a save if they lose. So it's still not out of the woods for Liquid, but a great chance to break the economy as they trade 1-for-1 early on. Again, it's Elise in, but right back out as Snacks will avenge his teammate. And Nitro's been playing on this catwalk position more recently. At the initial start of this game, he was actually favoring with the leash toward that connector position. Throwing the bomb back up to short might indicate this is going to be a B take as well.
They have made it a 4-on-4 situation now. You can see the CTs still have 2 men. They're going to be pushing into a lower ramp now, so that does give them some intel. But look at that. Look at Fugly. Pushed all the way to T-spawn as well. He could backstab here if he gets his skates on.
Fugly and Hiko, they both take turns lurking on off sites, and he was the lurker in this team. Flowsick did a little bit, but Fugly was one of the guys that definitely has made this type of play work in the past, and Nitro getting Snacks means this is even more opportune for Fugly. Bialy, though, turns back, still goes down. He was actually looking in the correct direction. They've rotated through underpass, though, and Fugly won't have that read, but Hiko and Adren definitely haven't spotted anything at A, so he actually is going to go back, and they've got this done correctly. It's Nitro on the site that initially will have to attack against them, and does so successfully. Does he get both? Does. They won't even need to rotate back around, and now it's 4 straight for Liquid.
So those first 8 rounds you saw from VP, they were relying on that big middle formation, getting all the frags here. Ever since that famous pause comes in, Liquid have worked out what's going on, played a lot more passively, and Elise is playing really well in that connector area as well. It seems to be getting some big frags here. We can see Nitro on your screen, just holding off that B bomb site in great fashion there. 2 frags to secure the round. So now the money actually has been shifted towards Liquid's favour. You can see the force, a quasi-buy coming in from VP. They have 1 AK and 4 pistols coming into this. Have a little bit of utility, but so far, VP really have just been favouring the individual skill here. They haven't done anything too intense tactically. I'm sure next round we'll probably see something like that, maybe more of a set piece execution coming in, but 8 rounds on the board. Liquid fighting back there with 4 in a row.
Snacks says he's just going to walk through this. He's the type of player who's done it in the past. He actually has the flash if he wanted to throw his customary lob in the smoke, but he doesn't, and Elise waiting with the AK is able to secure the kill. And again, it was still tight in economy last round. It's not definitely perfect for Liquid, but this is a great chance if they can keep all 5 players alive. At the very minimum 4. Well, there you go. It's going to be 4 as Nitro goes down to Pasha to build it. And Elise gets caught. I thought he actually knew he was there and had the knife out at first, but he was actually just jumping back into safety. Little did he know it was the wrong way to go.
Yeah, well, Liquid definitely are back into this game. They lose 2 frags, but considering the amount of bank they've built up so far, they're actually convincingly getting into this one. So 5 AKs once again. Neo not going to be wielding the AWP this time, but this is the round I expect to see something more tactical from them. The mid player has been called out now. At least she's got that smoke towards connected. It seems to be finding frags, if not one every single time they go for it. So what's Adren going to do? Is he going to keep focusing towards middle? We'll be going towards B. It'll be interesting to see what he brings to the party this time. He's still wielding that AWP. He's actually going to be going straight towards mid again. Here we go. So players going towards Palace this time. Not going to be doing that heavy mid play we've seen a lot of from VP so far. Going to be what? Buying the time down. Smoke towards top and middle. The T's now making their way towards the A-bomb site.
Interestingly, by the way, Hiko's got 5 kills. 3 of them came in that one round he clutched.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter the number.
Exactly.
If there's some important kills, they actually get them back into the game. That's fair enough. So
yeah, exactly. And then that was when they won 2 in a row as well. So that was escaping the fact that they would have had a money reset. Pasha has worked down middle toward that connector position. There's no smoke in it now because it's dissolved, and he actually might walk in at the perfect time because Elise and Adren are both helping out at the front of the bomb site. So Pasha picks up at least one. Adren's caught in the open, and Neo walking in, but Nitro is going to come back in with at least a kill. And Hiko gets traded by Bialy. Does bring it back to a 3 versus 2. Not a bad situation considering how poorly the positioning was from Liquid to start this off, but with the bomb down and Fugly walking into the open, it only gets worse. And Virtus.pro, you said it, we're going to go back to tactics. They use the smokes initially. What a shot! Taz, that's insane.
It was kind of obvious that was going to go back. It was clear the standard 5-man formation towards mid wasn't working out for them as well. They've been caught out. Maybe they waited a little bit too long before bringing that tactic out. They probably could have shut down that pressure they were getting from Team Liquid. But here we go. They do the tactical execution onto A, get the bomb down, and it seems like it all fell apart from Liquid from that point. Taz with that lovely shot to finish things off. He's actually sat on 14 frags right now, so he's having a pretty strong game as we go into round number 15. Now, Liquid still have a pretty decent bike. I mean, so actually, it's not that easy. They've got a Max 7 and a Famous, but they have got the AWP, but he gets the first kill of the Snacks just in time for the smoke to bloom, and that gets him in the 5-on-4. They're still going for it though. That's Elige once again giving that frag away on the 15th round. He did it on overpass and gets the T's back in the game with that really questionable push.
That time, again, through a smoke as well, so he was completely segregated. Nitro, though, will use the Mag 7 to pick up 1 and an AK-47 now. So they're back to 4 rifles. Never mind what they started with. It's fair game. And look at Nitro's position, still inside that apartment, and Bialy knew he was there, so he took him down swiftly. Lost a good amount of HP in the process, down to 32. So at least a body shot from Nitro, but it evens things up at 3 and forces the defense to split up now, specifically more so that Elige died on A, Nitro died on B. They don't have a read on exactly what Virtus.pro are doing.
Well, this is it. You saw a flash coming towards B-bomb, so it has peeled CT's away towards F for now, but VP, no, they've got a lot of time on the board left still. Pasha making his way towards connector, and it's going to be Hiko waiting that area towards CT spawn, just playing very passively. Just wants to get the call off, give his team a chance to rotate, not giving away too much. Just watching the steps area now.
It's going to be A. That means Hiko's got to be the one to stop this, slow this down, and Adren, he'll have to rotate from market. He is late to do so. Fugly's actually pushing out first, so Hiko's going to go down before they're even moving. And what an entry from Pasha. Should now potentially leave us with the exact same scoreline, or will it, that we had at halftime in the first game. But Fugly gets back in again, so it's 2 1-on-1. As Adren found one before Taz answered. And it is that exact man, Taz, who has the bomb to work with and play in his favor, that has to go against Fugly, and they're going to spar off. Fugly forces Taz even further back, but Taz, knowing he has time, is going to go all the way back, but is he going to get here in time? He's not. It's going to be the second time in a row the defuse is going to come against Taz in a 1-on-1. And this time, there's not even any smoke. Fugly read that very well.
Now we talk about Taz and his 6 clutches against Navi, for example, this time, falling a little bit short on those rounds. Those were key rounds as well, so actually goes 9-6 in favor of VP, but what a comeback that was from Liquid. When we were 8-0 down, we thought, okay, this is it. There's a point of no return. But after that pause, they came to life and managed to get those many rounds on the board. That's actually pretty cool because considering Hiko lost in that CT spawn frag to Pasha, we thought that was another round they were going to lose. But they are doing enough to stay in this one at least. So a pretty good half from VP. Getting 9 rounds on the board as T is always going to be fantastic. But once again, Liquid proving they're still in this battle.
And there it is, our head-to-head comparison against Snacks. Hiko, yeah, he had that one clutch, you're right, but Snacks had that play in the 4-on-2 as well, where he was just, he's so good. And Mirage is like his playground, right? Like, Overpass, yeah, we definitely saw some lurking from him there, and naturally it rewards people who do so around the bathroom area, but Mirage was where he kind of coined it, where he's been so good, and more specifically,
very quickly, and Liquid get themselves the pistol, but of course VP will be buying into this one. They get the Desert Eagles, which can be so hard to handle on this map. A lot of long-range duels, and Neo showing one of the key angles here. Going to be waiting with that Desert Eagle in hand, seeing if we can get the one-bullet shot off here, but here we go. Liquid this time playing a more traditional anti-eco setup, waiting for the CTs, and they should stick together in this scenario and just make sure they get frag for frag. Can't allow the CTs to pick off one player and fall back.
Bomb intentionally dropped at Horseshoe, but
happening?
first kill goes to Virtus Pro, and it's against Fugly. And Pasha, look how aggressive he was. He's able to fall away from this as well without being traded, so that helps significantly. Neo's down to 3 HP. He's got a deagle, so if he hits a headshot, what's it matter?
Tease have only got one smoke grenade remaining now, so all 4 in the B departments at the moment, but they need to work out how they're going to enter this bomb site. They've got 2 flashbangs and 2 recon players as well, in terms of Nitro and Adren there with the SMGs. It's going to be coming in and it's going for a B execution now.
They are going against Pasha, though, who does have a MAC 10
Look
as
at
well.
this setup, this bait. Pasha's going to spot them. They're not going to check that angle, I don't think, but they actually Molotov it off, so it might work out for them. Bialy on top of them, finds one frag. Will he be able to get another here? Gets taken down by Hiko.
Smart play as well from Pasha to Molotov under the window, so the quick drop would at least give them some damage. But they got it back. They still have 2 players up. Virtus Pro bombs just now going to go down. And the rifle players, Hiko and Elise, are both significantly low on HP, 29 and 26. So these Deagles can definitely take them down. But I think they might just look to save, or is Snack's going to rotate through to Cat. Makes the window jump first try. Swift movement. And now Taz taking down Elise. There's a real chance. There's absolutely a real chance. They don't have kits, though, so time is against them. And Adren taking down Snacks definitely bodes well. And unfortunately, Taz can't assess which angle is more dangerous. It's 1 round the difference, and it'll have to be pretty much a full save from the CTs.
I expected more from that B setup there. We saw Pasha jumping up and making sure he could actually give the information off for his baiting his teammate in there, but only picks up 1 frag. They make their way into the B site and recover the round. It came down to a little bit hairy at the end, but Snacks once again buying the Desert Eagle. The rest of the guys on P250s, it seems, and then we have 4 AKs and then Fugly on the SMG. It allows him to go into the bomb sites first. Seems like this time be no messing around, straight towards A, not going to even be feeling it out the map at all, and then seeing what they can do.
So they try and work on to A this time, but look at the stack from Virtus Pro. Not putting any aggression on mid. Nitro, normally we see him lurk the underpass in these situations. Is this going to catch them off? But they do manage to pick up Taz. Bodes well for the entry. Again, it's Fugly to pick up that kill as he continues to lead the way frag-wise. But Bialy's there in the back of the site, and he's able to pick up 2 as he sits by Firebox. And luckily they get back into him before the damage gets much worse. But it still does mean we're in a similar situation to last round with 2 very low HP players against 2 Deagles. And this time they don't yet have the bomb down, not to mention, look at Pasha's position. He's managed to come around behind them in Palace, and now with Snacks taking down Adren before the plant, this could all work against them as Pasha shows up and Fugly's caught off. He is answered, but Snacks, he nails the Deagle. And they won't even get back to tie point before Virtus Pro hit 10.
They thought they were too secure with that smoke down in CT Spawn. It just seemed like they had no idea that anyone could jump up on the ticket booth there. It's a common angle. It's not a smoke that guarantees you plant there. So you need to make sure you actually have at least someone even just looking towards that area. Bomb goes down, and then Snacks just cleans up with a Desert Eagle. Low HP player into apartments. Pasha took care of him. And then we've got the frag board up. Taz leading the charge once again. 18 frags for him. And it's pretty even in the Team Liquid camp now. But we're going to round number 19. That's going to push Liquid onto an eco here. They have got a couple of Tech 9s and P250s. And Fugly picks up head armor as well, but this should be around. The CTs can convert to a number 11 on the board here.
Elise has already taken a massive amount of damage. And look how quickly things shift. Snack's able to pick up an AK-47, the rest by M4s, and Liquid left with very little. Snacks has found his way into Sandwich as well, which gives him a forward position. We'll see if they check this. Flash goes out, but he's going to hug the wall, so he won't be spotted just yet. Elige tries to walk in and do damage, but the crossfire is far too sharp. Eventually, Adren does walk in from Tetris, but the last one left, Snacks, struggles eventually, so Neo will help him do the honors in getting the kill, but it does give them now 11 pretty easily, and there's money available if Liquid want to buy in, and they will. They're going to force it up.
Well, that's the thing. Last round, they didn't really have too much to actually invest into that. And not a lot of teams will get Tech 9s out, smoke grenades, flashbangs, go for the plan in that situation. They didn't really have too much to work with. So went out on A dry. Didn't really do much of everything. They got 1 frag there. But now they come in with the AKs and the Gillard as well. Not really much in terms of utility. They have to make sure they work together. And this is what they're looking at. More of a faster play here. All 5 players going towards the B apartment right now. Is this going to be a straight up B rush? It looks like it may be. Actually, going to be slowed down though, that Molotov, and Fugly actually has to go with the call in. We can't really do much of this, but Neo's position, this could be really deadly for them.
He's able to dodge the initial damage from that grenade, so only 5 taken. But they're still stacked up. Option to go back down underpass is very limited as well, and the fact that Taz is pushed up middle and Snacks is aggressive on A, so they've actually got this figured out, yet they're not rotating fully. Taz will be able to work down Catwalk as soon as the call comes in, and as he gets there, he's pretty much got no work left to do, or does he? Elige gets back into both, so it's traded, but still the advantage favors Virtus Pro, and those were quite quick kills from Elige. It looked like it was all for naught, but in the end, it's he that remains versus 3 players on low HP in the flash. That blinds him up enough to at least be spotted, but not taken down until Snacks does arrive. And now it's all Virtus Pro since that third round. I guess you could say eco win with those deagles.
Well, the problem with that round is, right, if you're going to commit all 5 players towards the B apartment, if you don't do a rush and the CTs get that kind of control, they start pushing positions, working out, okay, there's no one here, it's definitely a B play here, and you actually haven't got any grenades to take the bomb site, you're going to get mowed down like that. The crossfires come into it, they've got full vision, they're not being isolated whatsoever. Elige did well to get those first 2 entry frags, but he got taken down to low HP, couldn't really do much more with it, and now they go down to pretty much a full eco here. They have a Tech 9, 2 PT50s, and 1 flashbang with no armor. Neo in the connector area, Snacks getting an opening frag, and this should be a tidy cleanup for them now.
It's just a slaughter. The pistol comes out from Neo as they get closer, and then Snacks just pops back up in the window. Pretty straightforward, you have to say.
And the money's back in Liquid's favor. They can get a decent buy here. Could get the AWP on Adren as well, but it'd be full glass cannon here. He's going to go for the AK. I think that's a much safer idea here. We talked about VP falling back to the set pieces when they're actually up against the ropes. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw something similar from Liquid going into this round. They just want to try and force a post-plant situation and give themselves that opportunity to clutch around instead of losing the frags. You can see 3 players are heading towards A. Smoke going towards mid, so this is, yeah, I'm pretty sure this will be a smoke play, but the CT's pushing up and gaining intel towards middle.
Snacks going to try and do what Elige did. We'll see if he got more success in this position, and they don't even look at it. They drop down into his crosshair as well. Adren straight into the jaws of death. And it's a 2-man advantage again for Virtus Pro. 3 rounds away from wrapping up the series, potentially less if this round continues as is. Nitro and Hiko are going to think better of their positioning as well, too, and start to rotate away from the site. As Snacks is going to go all the way through as well. So the aggression will not stop from the Polish side. And Fugly's got to come back out of the apartments where he was trying to play solo right now and join with his teammate as they reevaluate the situation because things are not working in their favor. There's 0 map control right now.
Well, what can they even do? They're stuck towards T-spawn. They have 1 player in Palace. Snacks doesn't even look like he's done yet. He's going for another phase, and he should get the kill here. Takes down Nitro as well, and he wants more, and he gets it. Fugly goes down to the headshot of the AK, and Snacks absolutely decimates Liquid there. Fantastic work from him, and just showing that no respect factor we talked about. Once he gets rolling, he just pushes favorable angles, and somehow gets 4 kills there. They should have got taken down. I'm not sure how he survived for so long, but fantastic stuff. And looking at the money towards Team Liquid, they need to make that decision once again, whether they eco this one and go for the map points and try to grind their way back in. But on the T side of Mirage, it's not really as much as a viable option as CT on Overpass.
No, not at all.
So now they will be forced buying Tech 9s, Khalils and an AK, going straight towards A once again. All 5 players committed to this execution straight away. This is like the last resort sort of play. The Hail Mary, see what you can do with it, and see if it pulls off for them.
So lining up at least 1 smoke Hiko. That drops 2 now on jungle as well, but Snacks flashes himself right back through, and there's a significant amount of smokes. In fact, the third one left Snacks blinded up considerably, and they eventually found him inside of it. Elige follows that up on Taz, but here we go. Neo on the site with the AWP, brings it back, pops out as well. Brilliant shot with the P250 and through the smoke as well on Adren. That was quite pretty, I have to say. Hiko manages to at least knock him down in the end, but it's match and map point for Virtus Pro.
Neo. That
Insane.
was crazy 5-7 play. Just so confident, running through the smoke, somehow finding that kill on Sandwich as well. Not really sure how that one went down, but now Snacks, we talked about the no respect factor. He's pulled out a Negev. Interesting scenes, man. What do you think about that?
I think it's about to get loud.
Yeah.
Loud and proud by Snacks.
Finishing it off into style, some might say. I would say a little bit bad managed. That's going to change his
Is he going to juggle it, or did he?
Yeah. No, I think he's probably going to
yeah, okay. He decided against it.
Well, round number 24. This is their match point, as you said. T's are going to have 5 rifles with no utility whatsoever. Just pure up guns and see what they can do. Going to get some short control. Snacks open it up. Elige applies.
The alley as well, getting back into him though. So 1 in, 1 out just as quickly. Bomb now down on Catwalk and in the hands of Virtus Pro. So Liquid slow start. Decent comeback on CT, but once the money got rolling for Virtus Pro, they were never really in this half either. And Virtus Pro now just have to close this out, making it hard though. Fugly is going to get Bialy. They still haven't got position to recover this bomb, but one more pick and it comes down to a 2 versus 2, and there's ample time left at their 55-second mark. Eco all the way pushed through spawn, CT spawn as well, so if he wraps into the A site, if Neo is not looking in that direction, he may just catch him off guard. Is the timing in his favor? Neo considering it, but Eco spots him, not able to hit the first shot. Neo switches over to the pistol as well because the AWP from that position, that nade came up just short. From that position, not viable, and Hiko's actually got Pasha instead as he's exposed, and Neo not able to hit that shot with the AWP. Where's Fugly in all of this? Still trying to get closer to that bomb. Eventually does grab it, but they're separated. Hiko, though, picking up yet another kill, so that's 2 in the round, but 2 very important ones as Fugly's escaped and has the option to put the bomb down on the B site. They still have to contend with the fact that Taz has more HP than the 2 of them combined, plus an M4 and a kit, so lots of opportunity. If they play this right, though, with the time and set up the angles, he may not get that far. As he silently worked toward the site, Fugly with his back against the wall. Was he spotted? No, he actually slipped across. Taz didn't spot him up right away, but if he peeks out again, he's going to be in a world of problems because he'll be in the open, and Taz is checking every single corner, but Fugly somehow gets around the corner just in time against him, so now it's all about timing, and Fugly just needs to stay alive. Taz hasn't checked that angle because he's already looked it, and Fugly pops out at the worst possible moment from Taz's perspective.
So we thought that Liquid were out of that round completely, but Hiko going for that long lurk around through CT spawn, misses the first shot on the steps though. He thought, okay, that's probably the round over now, but somehow bounces back, finds the next kill, and they win the 2-on-1 situation. Very low HP, but set up a nice crossfire, gaining information. They had a good plan down as well. They thought about that plan going into it. Had they had less vision on the bomb, could have been problematic, but now this is where things get really interesting, as the money hasn't been stabilized for Liquid whatsoever. And the double AWP setup is coming out for VP, and you can see that this is the full execution coming in once again from Liquid. Going to be more of a fast play here, it seems. Going to throw the smokes over, flashbangs as well. They're not going to be committing just yet. They just want to see whether that baits in Snacks, pushing it that lower round. That was a problem for them last round. And the bomb's going to be there as well. You can see one of the T players waiting for the mid push here, and you can now CT's actually going up in B apartments as well, gaining so much information, actually calling the A plays coming in. They're going to rotate and stack up that A bomb site. They know they have full control in terms of information here.
So slow it down, Team Liquid. But look at the problem is Pasha. Again, like you're saying, getting so much information, they're able to push up on this. He'll be able to rotate very quickly as well, and even more to the problem is that Snacks has picked up one, the other off as well. Neo has the other. And as Taz walks in, he'll take down Elige. It's left to just one man remaining. It's Nitro, 1 versus 5. And although they gave a good effort in the last round, is Nitro going to be able to pull this off? Picks up 2. It's not going to be enough. They'll come up just short, and it's 16-9 in the end. So 16-14, 16-9, Virtus Pro take the first series, 2-0 against Liquid.
Yeah, that first half, I really think that summed up the game. Although VP went up 8-0, Liquid did very well to bounce back into that. But that second half, VP just showing their world class there and showing how much stronger a team they are. It seemed a very convincing win for them. And congratulations, that's a 2-0 opening game for them going into this, and they make their way through the upper bracket.
Oh, that's right. So now they go to the upper bracket. Liquid's still not out of this. They'll fall down into the lower bracket. Still a best of 3, but they're up against either TSM or Fnatic next, so it gets no easier. With that said, though, we will go over to the analyst desk, and the analyst desk does now actually have the man that should have been here to begin with. Richard Lewis has landed and is in the building.
Thanks a lot for that, Sadakist. Really appreciate it. I have just got here. I was lost in Amsterdam airport for. Usually when I get lost in Amsterdam, I'm having a good time. This wasn't.
I can't hear you.
This wasn't the case. You can't hear me, can you not? That's all right. I'll just talk. I know they can hear me. That's the important thing.
I noticed
they
that.
can hear me. But it's good. It's good to be here, even though it's a bit slipshod. And of course, I did catch the back end of that map. So it was always going to be a tall order for Team Liquid, battling back from a map down, going up against one of Virtus Pro's best maps, Mirage. And once again, Virtus Pro, they had the plow going. They were moving forward on that T side. Lots of great execute, especially onto that A bomb site. What stood out for you guys?
I mean, I have to say, first and foremost, Team Liquid really accounted for themselves well in this series. Because when you consider you're going on overpass, and then Mirage right after. I mean, if you ask me right now, what are the two of the best maps for Virtus Pro, those are definitely going to be in the first three I tell you about. So, no, that should have been a clean 2-0, maybe even stomps. So the fact that they had a chance at least to get to overtime, to win the first game was very impressive, the Overpass game, because I think Virtus Pro is the best team in the world at Overpass. Normally, even though other teams like Na'Vi are very good at Overpass, Virtus Pro can toy with teams like that. So to do that on the map 1, very impressive. Mirage, okay. I actually think Mirage is an anomaly map at the moment because I noticed all the top teams are good on it, but no one's like clear-cut the best. No one can Fnatic, TSM, VP, Na'Vi. They're all really good. No one's like the best though. So they had a chance on this one. This is the one historically has been a good map for Team Liquid, but no one's got the real key to consistently beat Virtus Pro on this map. You can see on both sides of the map they're good, which is what makes them so dangerous, I think.
I think the biggest takeaway from this is like when you're underdog, when you're winning pistol rounds, that's a good start, right? But then you're losing forest buys, you're losing eco rounds. We saw them on both maps, and it's not something when you're underdog you can really take. But looking at Overpass to start off with, they started slow. They started showing those trends we were talking about previously, where they were too slow, they were too predictable. People were not really they were not playing together as a team, trading kills properly, but then, going further, they started winning rounds by playing more fluid together, and it's really throwing me off. I can hear myself, by the way.
I mean, you were telling me something interesting, that on Overpass, like what was really key was they had this B retake on CT, Team Liquid. That was actually, it's almost a game changer. Like very few teams are that strong, because normally Virtus Pro and T-side, they can just get in that site and they get the bomb down. It's hard to have a chance at that point, right? Yeah,
and also the first half they kept Virtus Pro's money really modest. They were not able to stack up on bank, so that's why they got those 5 rounds even. And then on CT side, like you pointed out, their B retakes were very impressive, but on the other side, their A retakes were very weak.
And actually, bizarrely, Virtus Pro didn't adapt well to that. They just kept going to the B site, mainly because maybe they thought, it's our execution's off or something. So this fantastic retake from Team Liquid got a chance to work again and again. Meanwhile, if VP had just even brute forced the last 5 rounds onto A, I'm pretty sure they win that much easier. And it's not such like a close game where it took miracles to maybe get back to overtime type snore.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously didn't get to see Overpass because I was still in transit. I was in the back of, I was trying to get the taxi driver to maybe,
You should have taken the train.
Yeah, great. That's really bad. That's the worst joke ever. Anyway, but I wanted to bring up sort of just how Team Liquid were able to get those 14 rounds, because that seems like an incredible scoreline. Like, if you were calling that right at the start, you wouldn't have said it was going to be a close game. You would have said, Virtus Pro and Overpass, that's got 16-5, 16-6 maybe written all over it, given where Team Liquid have been in comparison to...
First half they got 5 rounds. You think, I think that's not enough, because they were really living off of their T halves in Stockholm, where they had a pretty good showing at. But they started off with a good tone where the first weapon round, they made a right guess of pushing long. With 2 guys, they got 2 entries, and that sort of set the tone for that whole half. The first 7 rounds went to Liquid, and they had the ball rolling. Everything was going their way. But then happened the thing that you don't want to give Virtus Pro. It's the first picks. You just don't want to give them that advantage, and that's when they're going to fly with it.
One thing I have to give Liquid credit for, though, is that, towards the end of both games, they were coming on strong, and that's why it looked close. But the key thing I think they've made a really good job of is early on in both the games, VP was always like pushing the lead out, and they were like 8-2 up, 9-2. That's the point in the game where if you let yourself like give up that half, like we're not going to win this half, and then you go down and they get like 11, 12 rounds, that's where it's unwinnable at that point. They always at least kept the pace slightly close. They gave them enough of a cushion at that point that they had a chance when it was coming onto the second half, and as a result, you saw they got close. With that said, I mean, when we were doing the map vetoes at the beginning, I even said the only thing maybe Liquid could have changed was like a ban that actually wouldn't have affected what the final map was anyway. So actually, I think the way the maps went, this was the best scenario they could hope for. They had chances, but realistically, with these maps, I don't think you were ever going to win a best of 3. The best hope would have been to steal one map. They weren't going to win a best of 3 here. Other teams, maybe the matchup will be different.
Yeah. Think of it positively, though. They used to get like 3 rounds on Mirage total against European top teams. Now they made it 9.
No, listen, this Liquid was far and away different to the old Liquid, the one before they had Hiko. This was a team that listen, they reminded me of when Cloud9 broke out and they started having these really impressive performances against the top European teams. It was of that sort of caliber, even though obviously they didn't secure the win here. Because, like I said, the old Liquid not only used to lose to European teams, they used to be getting mauled. It would be like 16-4, 16-3, and so it would be an embarrassment, you know. This team here, I mean, I don't think skill-wise they're actually on the level of Virtus.pro, but it didn't matter in this game. They played better on some of the CT play. It was impressive stuff, I think.
Yeah, well, we've got the scoreboard just behind you here, guys. So, we were watching it. Seems that Snacks is carrying on his good form at the moment, which I saw he had some very good standout rounds.
I mean, at the moment, it's a lock that Snacks is going to have good games. He's back. He's at his peak performance, I think, right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we saw that at Gfinity, where he was just, again, dropping 20 frags every map, as a matter of fact. And Taz is the sort of surprising thing. He seems to have brought a bit of fire to his game today, but I won't read too much into that, obviously, with it being perhaps what people might cruelly describe as inferior opposition. But just looking at Team Liquid as well, I did talk to Sadikis just before we did the handover, the changing of the guard, and he said that in the first map on Overpass, Elige had looked a little bit shaky. Seemed to sort of pick up his game here on Mirage, looked a bit more at home. Yeah,
the thing was, if I had to pick one thing that I think cost Team Liquid the game on that Overpass game where it was so close, I think Elige is probably the guy, because his numbers were really low. He was just struggling with his spots. And so, like, if I tell you against Virtus.pro and Overpass, you've come up with what's almost a revolutionary retake, it's working every single time, that should be followed by, and that's how you won the map. And, next time Virtus.pro is going to have to adapt. If they still win the map, something went terribly wrong somewhere else on the map. And so, unfortunately, for that particular map, you've got to put the blame on him in that particular sense. Because actually, during some of this series, I mean, Adren, obviously, you can see the stats here. He wasn't very good, but he had certain times where he got kills that were key, and he was able to play into the team concept quite well. So even that impressed me, because I've always said he was dead weight before in the European tournaments. They found a way to integrate him into the team concept here. I mean, with all of that said, it's still Virtus.pro. You still knew they were going to win, and they did enough at these points in time. The thing with Virtus.pro is they've never been the team in general who just snowball everyone. It's against the best opposition. That's when they bring out the peak level performance.
And what about Nitro? I'm always intrigued by him. I want to get your guys' assessment, because I think this is the kind of player that you want to see extra from in Team Liquid. Everybody else, I think they're a known quantity, but Nitro was the guy who burst on the scene. Obviously, it was kind of the make weight. I think it was with the iBuyPower lineup. Yep. A lot of people were like, okay, well, this kid's going to be big. He's going to be a big name. And it sort of hasn't really come to pass the way it was sort of prophesied to be.
There's two players in the NA scene who I think, like, either they're going to end up as busts and we'll think like, oh, they could have been something great and they weren't, or they'll be the ones who, if they become the next Skadoodle, the next superstar player, that's when NA will have like 3 top teams. The 2 players are Nitro from Team Liquid and Tarek from CLG. They're both players where if you watch them in individual online games against other North Americans, they're tearing it up. They're really skilled players. They should be the player who then goes against the Europeans. It's like, right, here's the guy who could actually go head to head with, okay, maybe not Snacks, but like Bialy, with Pasha, whoever. They could really like put the fragging power up there where you've got the chance just skill-wise to win. But both of them have had these issues in Europe where they're just not as effective. Nitro was decent in this game. I think we didn't quite see that level yet, though. We haven't seen like superstar play from him.
Yeah, I mean, the art of being the entry guy, it's always going to be a confidence factor in how your team plays around you. How does your team set up you to do your plays? I think Freakazoid is a great example from Cloud9, actually, who struggled to start off with. Obviously, playing a different opposition, playing a lot better teams, it's one thing, but also just getting accustomed to how things work and how fast everything just happens. I think it's just going to be a matter of time. Nitro does have the potential, I think. It's just going to be a matter of giving these guys a bit of time. They're obviously still a new team with this formation, so when they got everything buckled down, maybe, we'll see in a month's time when the major comes in, and they're going to be, I think there's a lot of good ingredients they can work with right now.
And I think the other thing we need to talk about is, because last time we did a PGL, sorry, not a PGL. Last time we did, it was a Gfinity.
Gfinity last week,
but no, not that one, the one before.
Okay. The one that Liquid came to.
Yeah, when Liquid came. Yeah. We were absolutely wrecking Adren. And sort of.
I haven't stopped, mate.
I
gave him a little bit of respite.
Have I missed any good jokes about that? Have I?
I didn't put too many in, But that's one of the things I did say when it came into this. Okay, Neo had been struggling a little bit recently, and obviously maybe his AWPing. I mean, it's difficult to AWP well against Kenny S, against these level of players,
of course,
for anyone. But I said, against Adren, I think he's going to have a bit of an easier time there. And as a result, you saw he wasn't the guy who was like letting the team down in that sense. So I think at the moment, the thing is, if he doesn't play really badly like he had been in the past, as long as he just plays okay level, bare minimum, average pro level, Adren can be a good factor in this team because he has so much experience. I mean, even going back beyond CSGO, whereas some of these names, some of them weren't even in CSGO at the beginning. Like, these are people who are really, really fresh talent. So you want people like Hiko, you want people like Adren to even just get those guys in place and show them the basics of being a veteran, how you play the game, etc. And in theory, the fragging shouldn't have to be from Adren. It should be from Fargley, it should be from Nitro, it should be from Elise. These guys should be putting the frags up, and then the other guys should be closing the rounds out, doing the team play stuff. So for right now, he can be a member of this team. But the problem is, the guys who are his fraggers can let him down in that sense. If they're not fragging enough, it's going to look like that situation where it's like Existence or it's Sean Gares and you're like, they don't frag enough. That's because the stars aren't doing their part of the deal in that sense.
Do you think there could ever be a situation where we see something happen like what we've seen happen in Virtus Pro, which is where maybe Adren decides, you know what, I was this hugely successful, flamboyant AWPer in Team Dynamic back in the Source days, where it was sort of movie frags. It was a highlight reel every time he went off. But maybe he drops the AWP to somebody else, sort of takes up responsibility.
The problem is they tried this online. Like online, they initially tried actually having Nitro be the AWPer when they brought in James as their coach. And that was it. Like that was it bandied around as like this is going to be his new role or something. I think you've seen though that didn't work as well for Nitro. And I don't necessarily know that Adren was most suited for it, but just in terms of everyone else's role at the moment, I think it doesn't make sense. Because the big problem they have in this team, adding Hiko in, he's still brilliant at clutches. He's always had that penchant for like being able to win the big clutch, but that just meant they had so many passive players. So you don't then want to put one of your most skilled players, Nitro, onto another passive weapon, because at the moment, a lot of CT AWPing is just standing in one spot. You want him to be aggressive in theory, so I think to go towards that route, you probably have to take him off the AWP, and it doesn't make sense for anyone else at the moment to AWP.
Yeah. Natu, just anything to add about sort of Virtus Pro? I guess it's hard to get a gauge on how well realistically they can do here because they have gone up against the team I think we would all unilaterally agree is the weakest in attendance. But Virtus Pro, I kind of feel like after Dubai, they need to keep this sort of momentum going, lest they drop into another one of their famous slumps. Do you think they're looking like they can be real contenders here?
I mean, it's really. I don't think this match can really judge them that much. Really, I mean, we saw Virtus Pro that just really relied on what they have, not really changing a lot. They knew they'd be breaking the barricades eventually, playing against Liquid here. But I mean, like I pointed out before this matchup, is that Virtus Pro they've really simplified their playstyle once again. Coming into Cologne afterwards, they've really started playing this very primitive type of Counter-Strike. Just forget all the fancy things and just go and play Counter-Strike. Enjoy sort of use the skill sets they have, and I really like the fact that they've switched Neo into this AWPing role because it's really brought a new light into Pasha. Yeah. Which is just a ton of fun to see. That guy just can go ham and run around and do whatever he likes. And I think I think the next match is gonna be the one where we're really gonna see how after TS and Fnatic, in the winners final, we're gonna really see where Virtus Pro sits right now.
And as for Team Liquid, I mean, we can see from these performances they're not just making up the numbers. I think it's fair to sort of recognise that they are going to be competitive. Of course, the downside is that they'll have to play someone from this.
It doesn't matter who they play, but whoever they play next, it'll probably be an even harder match than this. So it's going to be very difficult. I mean, obviously, listen, the thing about Team Liquid, Richard, is they got so gassed up by the NA scene, and then they just turned out to be such a basic team who was just melting under the pressure every time. Now they're playing solid, and I think it's all down to the chemistry. That's why they pay me the big bucks, guys. That's why they pay me. I'm the Hiko of this.
The depressing thing is that's written down there. But we got it worked in. Well, look, guys, it's great to get your thoughts. It's good to be on the desk. It's good to finally get here.
Welcome.
But what we'll do is I think we'll take a break. Of course, when we come back, we're going to have the second semi-final of the day in the upper bracket, which is going to be TSM versus Fnatic. It will be a classic. So don't go too far, and we'll be back shortly.
catch the war. Catch the war. I place, and the tragedies and set our spirits free. Together we can bring back home the ones who've lost, and give them love, and give them love. They can try to bring us down, but we know we're much too proud to lose faith. We have what it takes. 'Cause we are a new generation. 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 You can be anything you wish to be. Don't let anybody tell you differently. Because in this world there are no limitations. We can make our names live on through time and space. They can try to bring us down, but we know we're much too proud to lose faith. We have what it takes. 'Cause we are a new generation. We are
wish I knew what was going on in the head of yours. I don't make sense to win when I feel that I'm making it worse. I try to find out just what's serving you and be perspective if gonna find the truth. If gonna find the truth. I've waited many days, but you can't taking care of my girl, you know somehow. And you're so worked out now that you are here. And I'm so proud that I wipe my tears. Time goes by, and soon you grow. Don't be shy, your headphones, girl. I hope that I can do this right. Make sure you feel safe tonight. Make sure you feel safe tonight. And you're so worked out now that you are here. And I'm so proud that I wipe my tears.
say you'll never run away. You think that love is a game and that we've gone insane. But what we have is what one spends a lifetime searching.
Do you have extra CSGO skins? Do you want to win really cool things? Visit csgofast.com. Place your bets and win really cool skins. csgofast.com. Check your fortune.
E-gaming bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and deposit for newcomers. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone. Counter-Strike and StarCraft. World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who is going to win.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the PGL Season 1 finals. I still can't get over it, Season 1. Feels like we've done this before, guys. Anyway.
Apparently that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
Yeah. I wish I could just erase certain events from my memory, but apparently they're always on the internet forever, mate.
Yeah,
so.
It's one of those things like pre-qualifiers for qualifiers for qualifiers. Inception.
Yeah, it's right my brain. When I saw Season 1 again, I honestly was taken back a bit. But anyway, Sam Richard Lewis, I'm your host for The Desk. Finally got here and turned up. Great job by Sadakist. Check his Twitter out, by the way. He's doing some giveaways at the moment. And
very generous guy, actually. He loves the community and the fans.
Known for it.
Yeah.
And obviously, we've got the ex-pro, the ex-NIP coach, a man with 15 years esports experience over there. It is, of course, Natu. And we've got Duncan Shields, the leading CSGO
the
analyst.
only, really. So,
well,
no, except when you do it, of course, Richard. Yeah.
Thanks,
there you go.
thanks.
No, the thing is, actually, that's why it doesn't feel like it was that long ago that we were doing PGL, because I remember we did this PGL, then Natu became the coach of NIP.
Yeah.
NIP right down,
yeah.
won like nothing. Now he's back again. We're back again. He's back again. It all worked out in the end, guys. So
Yeah, good times, eh?
Yeah, it's
in between this PGL and the next one, I think I'm actually going to become the coach of Envious. Those guys love me as well. They know I'm on the ball. So
yeah, that's why you never predict them to win anything.
I have a few roster changes in mind, but we'll get to that once I become the coach. Hastro, pay me.
I'm pretty sure that they'd take me as a coach over you. But anyway, let's talk about that off air. Let's get into what we've got now. It's the second semi-final of the day, second match of the day, and the final match of the day. It's going to be a cracker. It's TSM versus Fnatic. Two teams that know each other inside out. Recently, although not quite as recently, it was always the big story was TSM, man, they're like Fnatic's kryptonite. Yep. But just recently at offline performances, most notably at Fragbite in the Champion Showdown or whatever it was called, they played 5 maps. It wasn't even a best of 5, it was you had to play all of the maps. And of course, Fnatic took 4 of those 5 maps, so they're starting to claw it back. Now, we have seen Fnatic have a little bit of a dip in form recently. Gfinity, of course, we saw Envious beat them in the final in a best of 5. Great series. So what do we think is going to be happening here, just right at the top?
Yeah, well, the thing is, when these two teams play, as you mentioned, before it was conclusive, like TSM was definitely the kryptonite for Fnatic. Because I remember the worst example of it for me was when it was the Fragbite Season 4 finals, actually. Because that was the one where, in the upper bracket final, Fnatic beat them 2-1, and they beat them on, like, Inferno, I think maybe... I can't remember. I think it was Dust 2 as well, maybe. And they beat them, and you thought, okay, maybe they've figured it out now. Maybe now it's going to be an even matchup. Then they came back for the best of 5 final. Yeah. TSM beat them on Cobblestone, which at the time TSM didn't even play. To this day, it's their ban, by the way. Yeah. They beat them on that inexplicably, and then just won the final 3-1. So it's like, oh, right, back to that again. TSM's on top again. The only thing that really gives you hope, if you're thinking Fnatic can win, is this showdown. Like the showdown there, it was conclusively all Fnatic. The only map they lost was Train, which of all the maps that Fnatic plays, it's probably their weakest overall. It's one of them at least where they've never really embraced it that much. So at the moment, I actually feel like this is going to be much more even matchup than before. I don't give it to either side, actually. I don't think TSM's conclusively just going to wreck them. I don't think that results at their show match show that Fnatic's going to be ahead. I think this time it comes very much down to the map pool. And I think now we've got some really interesting areas where one of the things I always thought made TSM so strong against Fnatic is they used to be able to control Mirage. And that was like one of the second or third maps of Fnatic. So if you take that away from them, suddenly they were getting control. Like, okay, we've got you on Dust 2, we've got you on Inferno. So I actually think that's the key thing. I want to see how they draft. I think that can really decide who wins this one.
Well, we're going to do an introduction of one of the teams that are playing now. It's going to be Fnatic. I'll let you take over this now, too. Yeah. They're going to be coming up on screen just shortly, I believe.
Yeah, the scary thing about Fnatic is looking at recent performance. It's been Flusha and Olofmeister that being the big players. It's like JW's been a bit absent recently. Crim's not really been up to his standards recently. So it just goes and tells you a story there, right where Fnatic sits. They have such a deep talent pool individually that it doesn't really matter if some of their players are not playing up to their full standards, and they could still be one of the best teams in the world.
I mean, in particular, Flusha seems to have been God mode. Yeah, he's just been making so many crazy clutches for them. And it's like Duncan said at the last Gfinity. He said, if you were to take some demos of Flusha, just take his play and put it out there, you'd be like, this guy can't be legit. He's just over the top, how ridiculous he is. He just seems to have this incredible sort of game sense right now. He's really on point. And some people are even saying, there's some strong voices in the community now that maybe he's even eclipsing Olofmeister in terms of how important he is to the team.
Yeah. I think that's maybe going a little bit too far. The thing with Flusha is he'll have like a map where he is really, really good and he does win the map for them. But like what was a great example for me, the fact that Olofmeister still is the best player in the world is when I watched that Gfinity Champion of Champions final, and it was full 5 maps. At the end of the series, the only maps that Fnatic won had been like the really close ones, and Envious was running away with the other maps. At the end of the series, I went and I looked at the overall stats on HLTV.org, the full 5 maps. Olafmeister, I think, if I'm correct, had the most frags in the whole series, and he went over 100 frags over the 5 maps. And yet, it didn't feel like he was dominating, but on the maps where they needed him, he really turned on. And that Inferno game particularly, he just literally saved them from being eliminated 3-1. He just took over the whole game, blasted away all the great performance from Happy, all that good stuff. He just did whatever he wanted. And so to me, it's true, he's not the guy who every game has like the 30 frags or whatever, but overall, you give him time, he's always going to get his games in a tournament. And so few players you can say that about.
And recently, of course, we saw your fellow Finn Lopez. He did a top 10 players and placed Crims quite highly in that, actually above Flusher. So it was 3 people from Fnatic in the top 10. I mean, where do you feel Crims is right now? I mean, a lot of people are like, perhaps that was a little bit high, but he is so consistent in what he does.
I mean, the thing is that he's a one-man army who can, especially on the CT side, he can hold a bomb site on his own. Not like there's not a lot of people who can do it with the consistency he's been doing for such a long period of time. I think that's the thing that really works for him.
Yeah, and obviously as well, while we sort of just have a look at the maps, the win rates they've got on some of these maps are absolutely insane. I mean, I didn't even realize. Obviously, I knew Inferno was good for them, between 70 and 80%. I obviously knew Cobblestone was good for them, between 70 and 80%. Really surprised that Train seems to be a map they're really nailing at the moment. I don't know if they've necessarily played any of the top teams in.
The thing is, I think this takes into account online performance as well.
Yeah.
Because I remember with the LAN stats I had, like Dust 2 was number 1 when I remember on that one. And Inferno was still very high up for them. Whereas Train's a map they don't actually play that often. Like they've done well on it, surprisingly well. They don't play it that often. Like, I know Cobblestone was very high as well, so that one still follows through there. The thing is, because Fnatic is so good on most of the maps, depending on whether you take online or offline, it's going to adjust it quite differently.
And obviously we've got Dust 2 right down there, Fnatic's worst map, which of course coming up against TSM.
That's the cool thing about this matchup, though, is that how both teams are so stacked when it comes to map pool. So it really depends on the match of the day. What's going to be the map you want to be vetoing? Because you've seen situations where TSM's been on top of Fnatic on Dust 2 specifically.
Exactly, yeah.
TSM, Cobblestone is a bit, hit and miss. Sometimes it's going to be really good. Sometimes it's just total disaster. So, I mean, it's really going to be hard to say, there's no specific maps, in my opinion, in this matchup that really favor either of the teams, which makes it such an interesting matchup.
I mean, for me, the one that I think you can single out is I think Cobblestone should heavily go towards Fnatic, but obviously you're going to get 2 bans in this system. So if you're TSM, let's put 1 ban down for Cobblestone, but then since they themselves have every other map as well, and they have, for example, Trains maybe a favourite for them, okay, now maybe Fnatic has to ban that. So you're getting to a point now, there's a lot of gamesmanship. Like, can you mind game the other guy into banning the map you wanted to get away with, and get onto these ones? They themselves probably don't know who's better on some of the middle maps.
Remember going back to early summer, it was fragged by a season, whatever the latest season was, finals, Fnatic, TSM, we were thinking, and Cobblestone was a map where we figured, this is going to be Fnatic easy, but TSM just guns blazing, destroyed Fnatic on it, so you never know.
And just while we keep discussing how the map pool might play out, we can also bring up the TSM team, take a look at some of the individuals on theirs. Now, obviously, what you're going to see here is, again, a really stacked lineup in terms of individual skill. And there it is, that stat on Train. We'll get into that. But let's just talk about Device. I mean, he was, again, in this top 10 by Lurpus, ranked number 2, just below Olafmeister. I think that was a good pick. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. What he's done is he's turned his performance around from being a notable choker in big games to being Mr. Consistent in big games. The guy who regularly drops 20 frags. Again, it's a well-known anecdote now, but at the major, had to use a mouse and equipment he wasn't familiar with, still was the top fragger against Envious, who, of course, went on to beat them. So he's in incredible form right now and really seems to be almost like the talismanic player within this squad.
Yeah, the thing with their team is, I still think, now that Envious is around, they're doing well. Okay, I'll give Envious the title. Envious is man for man the most skilled team. But before Envious put together a line where literally everyone had been a star player, I think this was the most skilled player. 1 to 5, because, for example, Zipnix had a little bit of a slump in the summer. He was still good, but he's been absolutely on fire recently. obviously we know Cajun B can take over the whole game on a map. Dust 2 particularly a favorite of his. I think the only guy, though, that has been letting them run recently has been Cajun at times. Like, I know at Gfinity he had like a map or two where he really struggled and he wasn't quite in it. So when you consider Device is also hitting that Olaf status I was talking about before, where he's averaging 100 frags if he plays the best of 5 series. Like, well, he's getting 100 frags. He's averaging 20 a map, which is the superstar status. Then you look at it, there's a lot of consistency, a lot of players you know what you're going to get from. The thing is, Cajun blows so hot and cold that it feels like if he doesn't turn up at the right time, that's the thing. He's going to turn up sooner or later, but if he's off for the wrong map, that's where it can cost TSM, especially against this elite-level competition.
And we've seen, actually, that TSM have sort of had some problems kind of closing, games out, and most notably in Dubai, of course. Then you have DreamHack London, where they 16-13 against Envious. There were periods of all of these, matches where they were kind of close to being able to take charge, and then somehow they let their opponents back into it.
I think it's still psychological. What we keep forgetting is, we mentioned this earlier as well, is the fact that I think their average age is like, barely 20. So they're still really young guys, and that's when, even though they've been to tournaments for a long time, so we don't think about it that much, but it's still even though you have that experience going for yourself, going into so many tournaments, you're still easily going to get in that certain situation. It's not as easy as it seems like, even though you've been there before, it's a closed situation, something in your head just ticking and not going the right direction.
And, of course, Dupree as well, who's been, I think he's one of the players that I've seen the most sort of improvement in. I think even with Device hitting this godlike level, I think from where Dupree was, and we talked about the DD combo, how they would be sort of playing off each other, playing to each other's strengths. But I think Dupree now, under sort of Carrigan's rule, at the moment, his entry fragging's been ridiculous. Like, he just has that confidence.
Yeah, I want to point out Carrigan as well. I mean, I don't want him to go unnoticed either. The way he's brought to his team is a lot of innovation, a lot of individual performances. He's playing had a really good period, especially earlier this year. Not maybe as good as of recently, but generally speaking, he's been playing really well individually. But what I really like is they are really innovative with their strategies, and they do a lot of things and really do a lot of theory work behind the scenes, which is helping them out a lot.
Just some quick, we'll obviously talk about the map statistics here just briefly before we look at the head-to-head record. And obviously you can see that train statistic is right out in front. 92% had no idea it was actually that high coming into this. Of course, as you rightly say, it takes into account online performances, but that's still a formidable stat. Cobblestone right down there, as we said, it can be hit and miss below 50%.
That's also their permaban in general.
Yeah.
The one that actually surprised me is, again, why I could tell this is online taking in a performance as well, is that the win rate on Dust 2 is actually reasonably low.
Yeah.
Like, I think of Dust 2 as their best map. I think they're the best team in the whole world, and they're really amazing on that map. And on LAN, you very rarely see them lose Dust 2 unless it's like an inspired performance.
And, Mirage right up there as well, which is a map we've seen them sort of play more and more on, and seems to be sort of treating them very well right now. So there's definitely sort of strengths and weaknesses for both teams, even though I agree with what you said, Nartu. They've got perhaps some of the deepest map pools of the teams here, and teams in that sort of top 6.
The one that I think is interesting as well is, okay, so like I said, at the moment, TSM, in theory, can force Fnatic to ban Train. That's one where I think it makes sense in terms of the track record. Likewise, I think Fnatic can probably force TSM to ban Cobblestone because they always do ban it anyway. But the one that I think is really interesting is who will play chicken with Cash. Because TSM, the moment, that's been one of the shakier maps for them. They've been removing it a bunch. We saw Fnatic. They lost to Envious on it. That was the one where they haven't looked that good in quite a while on it. So I think that's the one that both of them are shaky enough on, that it's like an idea of like, do we just both leave that and it might end up being the last map? Is someone going to take it out early, which gives someone else a chance to keep one that they prefer in? I think that's where the gamesmanship can happen.
I could see it slipping through and being a decider, actually. But before we get into veto, let's have a look at the head-to-head record. We've got that ready as well. Now, we did allude to some of it. We talked about what happened in Fragbite, which was the offline series that they played, the last offline series. But obviously, they did play an individual map in Dubai. Which,
so, okay, here's the thing. Game Show on League, that's online.
Yep.
Fragbite Master, this is the LAN one we talked about before. We played the 5 maps, they won 4 of them. Dubai Invitational was a best of 1. They won that one there. Face It, that's online again, and then this one's online as well, ESEA. So Couple online. The only land one here are these two here in the middle.
Yeah. And, you got to say, obviously, playing across 5 maps and winning 4 of them would definitely...
It's pretty dominant, yeah.
It's a dominant performance. But overall, these teams have been back and forth. It's always been a good matchup. I'll ask you, what is it stylistically, if either of you can pinpoint this? Why is it these two teams always seem to have these incredibly close series that can sort of go back and forth and any team is capable of winning it on the day?
I mean, what I thought changed it really when TSM started beating them regularly. Yeah, obviously Carrigan's addition, etc., what he did. But the key thing he did was he made their T-side way better. And suddenly they were this team where they retained all the strengths of before, really 6 CT team that can put up the 11, 12 rounds lockdown. But then suddenly they were actually winning T-halves. And if you can win T-half on Inferno and Mirage, you're going to be one of the best in the entire world on that map. Whereas at the time, earlier in the year, Fnatic was still that CT dominant team. And if they got their 12 rounds, okay, no problem. We can grind 4 rounds out. But if you were able to get this super sick T-side on them on maps like Mirage,
Now they've had the first pick. Twice with guns, they were unable to convert it. We've already seen what Pistols can do today in both matches that we've had. Keep in mind the winner of this series, and we're only on map 1, will play Virtus Pro. Good smoke position for Crims, though. Is he going to be able to spot them up fast enough? As Cajun B's waiting for a flash to come through. Back's already turned. There it comes now. Pronax, meanwhile, has found Dupree offside. And Crims is smart. He doesn't even stick around. Once he realizes the setup, he falls back immediately, bounces the smoke out, and this buys even more time for Fnatic, who, by the way, have 2 players rotating over through CT spawn.
Yeah, they left Crims on that B bomb side once again by himself, but this execution hasn't come in fast enough in TSM. They're going to get locked down here. Crims in a great position, locking kills down through the smoke as TSM make their way onto the bomb side now.
Problem is that bombs drop down in that CT connector, so even though they found at least 1 kill to it, what would have allowed it for a plant, they're not in a position to do so. And now Fnatic are on 13. It's come back that close.
After getting that first pick, I would have preferred TSM just to go into that fast B take I suggested. That would have been perfect in that scenario, considering they actually pulled a player away from B as well. They waited a little bit too long for my liking. The smokes came in really telegraphed, gave CTs enough chance to rotate, and Crims had that smoke in his arsenal. That's such great discipline from him, allowing his teammates just to throw smokes off from the other side of the map, and then as soon as he thinks it's coming in, he drops his. He has no impact, no input delay there. He doesn't have to wait for a teammate. He can just drop it down. And now TSM, another force buy is going to be Carrigan on the Tech 9. 4 rifles for the other guys. They have got some decent grenades as well, but JW still with the AWP, and he's been really pivotal in some of these rounds.
Molotov's going to land exactly where TSM are hoping to set up the raiding party onto this A site. And again, they are with weapons, but they'll be without this round going in their favor.
It's interesting Fnatic now. They're actually opting to go down. This is the mind games I spoke about. Now, after you push down a few times and show that presence there, it actually allows you to leave one CT player there, and actually we're using that 4-man setup coming in as the T's make their way up middle.
Very fast push from Kerrigan. He goes down to the end of Flusha, who's blinded up and in turn falls to Cajun B, and now it's a kill to the favor of TSM, and perhaps the curse was getting the first pick because this time they did not, but Pronax is able to take down Cajun B. Xyp9x will burn him alive inside the site, and bomb is going to be planted in the process, but it's not yet said and done just yet. Crims getting the device leaves it in a 2-on-2 post-plant situation, and Olaf gets himself into Moto. Crims will join him, but Olaf, what a shot, and it's all on Dupree. Stuck inside the bomb site, knows that the fire's in front of him and has at least 1 player to his left. Are they going to stick up or split up, or stick together? And it seems as though they will stick together, but Crims is going to get it. Dupree can't hold the angle, and it's going to go to 14-14. Fnatic now with 5 in a row.
They really are getting back into the series, making it 14-14, and TSM do get the bomb down, but I'm not sure how favourable their money situation is going to be right now. I can see it's actually pretty decent, so we would all go into this round number 29 with full AKs and the AWP on Carrigan as well. Fnatic should be able to buy this pretty decent as well, so Pronax dropping the AWP down for Olaf, it seems, this time. So they're actually going to have a change of pace themselves. Perhaps he's going to go towards B and see what he can do with that situation, but what a great retake. Again, 2-on-2 going in the favour of Fnatic. Seems the pause has worked out for them once more as they are firing on all cylinders now. Crim's going to be leading the charge towards B. And this time not going to be left by himself. He's actually going to have a teammate there. And it's going to be Olaf Meister with that AWP.
Well, that's right. I mean, you called it. After the pause, it has been 5 in a row to bring this back to a dead even keel.
No, and T's not going to be committing to that banana area once more. The CT's actually not pushing down too much here. As we have 4 Terrors getting Palmer's control once again. They have got a decent buy with the smoke grenades. Carrigan, the AWP, just trying to get him to some sort of position as he makes his way to Boiler Room to see if he can find anything from there's faces towards the quad angle. Olaf's going to be playing that arch area. And now then he is going to be presented with a T here. Well, they're going to face. They smoke him off first. That's a nice disciplined play there from TSM. That would have been a difficult frag to give away.
Wait for the fire to extinguish itself. The top of middle, Olaf's going to take a different approach to the bookshelf in the library. As Pronax again playing on this pad. And push this match into overtime, where TSM might walk away with Inferno. The map where the analysts thought would be the hardest for them to win out of the 3 that we've got available to us. Crims is going to make this still go on further as he takes down Zipic. Spot eventually will expire to Cajun beat. And Dupree, there it is, 16-14. They get away in the end, TSM, and they go up 1 map.
The good thing about them going into that last round is they knew they had the money advantage there. JW had to find something. He went towards B at the start of the round, wasn't given a kill there, fell back, and then Carragher, that amazing fast flick shot towards the top of middle, did secure it, and they managed to get into the bomb site and close things out there. So 16-14. It took a little while to close it out there, but they did it. That's the headline.
I'm sure the analyst desks have a lot to say, but one thing more so than any other, I'm sure, is the fact of that really aggressive buy on the second round of the second half. The AK-47 that comes up, they end up winning that, and then it was a seesaw battle until the economic advantage came up. But with that said, we are going to head back over to the analyst desk in just a second's time. I think Richard's still getting prompt. I can hear the prompt in my ears. So
it's really distracting right now, isn't it?
It is very distracting.
Hard to actually say anything.
I'm talking to you, talking to production who don't know I'm talking to them, and then Richard Lewis is waiting. I'm going to wait. Apparently... Do you want to hear something funny? Because if we threw it right now, they're singing Oasis. They're never going to throw it back to you, so I shouldn't throw it back to Thorin. Should we throw him under the bus?
Let's go right
now. Let's go.
I can't hear you.
Right now, production. Go, go, go.
I don't think that's going to happen.
They're going right now to the desk. I'm trying to get Richard Lewis back.
Dude.
But there we go.
Welcome back to the... No. Yep, we are. Okay. 50 voices, awesome.
Hello.
Hi there, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome
to the analysis desk.
Yeah, it's good to be
It's
here.
going to be chippy.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
I don't know what you're doing, mate. I read that thread about you on HLTV, mate.
Right. I'm just playing along with it.
Yeah, got my eye on you. Anyway, so it's what we expected. We knew it was going to be a classic. It always is when these two teams seem to meet. And real back and forth there. But the surprise, I guess, or maybe not, perhaps some people did call this, but of course TSM sort of holding the nerve there on a map that Fnatic have such a phenomenal win rate on. Yeah. And, you know, they were actually way out in front, and then we thought, oh, it's the Fnatic comeback. It's happening again. But they managed to win 16-14.
I think it's just a testament to how the difference between losing and winning is in detail. Yep. First half, it was Crims getting those kills with the Deagle on that second or third round. That really kept TSM's economy really modest. And then came, I think it was round 12 when Device, a bit overcommitted to Banana, gets picked off. Fnatic takes over B side. Instead, TSM could have been running at that point. It was like what 6-0 or something, 7-0. It could have been a huge half for TSM. Instead, turns out to be a 9-6, and Fnatic getting a chance of coming back into it.
I mean, we saw two storylines there that have been recently for both of the events for these teams. When it was a DreamHack London final, the problem for TSM wasn't like fragging, wasn't T-side of Inferno when they were versus Envious. It's that they would always get the entries, and then they could never close the round out. Well, recently at Gfinity, I didn't think Fnatic was that great as a team, but they were so amazing at the clutch runs. And so you put the two together, that's what happened on the second half here. TSM constantly get the kills, get the entries, get the bomb down, get in the situations. And like the amount of rounds that Fnatic was able to win in clutch rounds where they weren't even fighting someone. They were just shooting someone in the side of the head, coming behind someone and getting a free kill. You don't even get gifts like this normally in that scenario. So I feel like actually, in a weird way, it shouldn't even have been that close. Yeah, props to Fnatic for being able to take the opportunity, but some of those were just like hand-wrapped, like, here you go, take this. Like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, it was
unreal.
It was reminiscent of the comeback they put in place against NIP when NIP sort of stormed out in front, and as you said, kept getting the clutch rounds. The problem with relying on clutch rounds is, of course, it's going to run out eventually.
Yeah.
And we saw that. So
I've got to give props, though, to JW, because like I've referenced quite a few times on our recent shows
the
and
slump.
stuff. He's been having really hard time of it. He was really good on this map, though.
Yeah.
His for AWPing was really top-notch. He was the guy who was giving them a chance, at least. And then Crims obviously had some
it should have
crazy
been
stuff.
over with 11-8 scoreline when Fnatic was saving 3 weapons and they only managed to save 1. I think maybe, 3 weapons they were trying to save. Ended up only being able to save 1. It was 12-8 for TSM at that point. Fnatic was totally broke. TSM should have.
If they'd saved those 3 guns as well.
I mean, TSM should have just flown with that. But instead, it became a 16-14.
And for anyone who didn't see, you couldn't see it on camera, but Cage and B just came by and did this, like, obviously it looked exactly like that. I'm pretty built as well. But on that map, him and Dupree were obviously on another level. They were just 50-plus kills each or something,
scores,
I think.
which we'll bring up now. We'll take a
Interesting
look at the scoreboard.
going to be see who was the ones that got the most first kills on TSM, because they were getting, I would say, on that second half, 9 out of 15 rounds, they were the ones opening with the kill.
I agree. I definitely saw Device pick up 1 or 2. So I say we'll get those on screen now. I'm sure they're coming shortly. But Dupree as well, I thought, had some very good rounds as well. Yeah, I was going to say, there it is, 8. First kills from Dupree, who, of course, overall dropped 31.
Just peek real quick.
No, you can't. You can't, mate. You've got to guess.
So, yeah, it's kind of like, as I said, I mean, look, it was Cajun and Device, 55 kills between them.
Yep.
I mean, that's unreal alone. But, again, quietly, Crims is up there at 25. JW with his AWPing really kept them in the game. So, actually, surprisingly close how Fnatic was able to keep it in terms of fragging. In terms of actual star power, it was pretty good. Obviously, it was a shame, unfortunately. I don't know what the odds are of this, that you could get the head-to-head. We picked out the 2 best players in the world, Olaf Meister and Device. What are the odds? It'd be such a close game, play every round of the game. Some players would be getting 20 kills, and then the other 2 just had like an average game and just messed it up for us,
Well, that's how it happens sometimes. And I thought Device, we talked about how he's Mr. Consistent. He does drop usually 20 frags.
He was still
he's
pretty
not far
good,
off. He's still made a telling contribution. I mean,
exactly, yeah.
Zipex, Duncan, triggered.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of him. You never heard of him.
Yeah.
Never heard of him. He's dropped 19 as well from a support player point of view. I mean, that's, again, he's really added so much, depth to it.
I think the way you can summarize the scoreboard is that Fnatic should have never gotten 14 rounds on this map.
Oh, no.
By these statistics.
Yeah.
And again, Crims had some insane moments.
And that just shows you what a charmed life Olaf Meister lives. He can get 15 kills and still almost win the game.
Yeah.
Because he's just got so many other people. He got 3 people on his team who fragged ahead of him.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be the best player in the world, which he is, but that just shows what an incredibly deep team Fnatic is.
Yep. So we'll take a look at the heat maps now. I'll get you to talk us through these and what they all mean, because it's just like it looks like Predator to me, mate. I don't know what's going on.
Something like that. I think it's going to be the T sides from both teams that we're going to be looking at here, and the let's see.
Yeah, it's attacking team activity. So.
Yep.
Do you know what any of that means, mate?
Yeah. No, it's just.
Are we getting an in-depth look into a coaching session at NIP here?
I guess what you'd say is Fnatic was pushing a lot more in Banana than TSM was on the city side. A lot more battles there aggressively in Banana. A lot of the action happening there. That's the biggest difference you can take out of these 2 heat maps.
Yeah, well, we've talked about that before, actually, how it's like, Fnatic do sort of like
That's what you're supposed to do against TSM.
Yeah,
they have
push right. Yeah,
yeah, push all the way down to Banana, because TSM has some of the best executes over that B bomb side you ever see in this game.
Well, it's because one of the things that was interesting is this was mentioned at DreamHack London was that TSM actually switched up. So on their CT side, actually they were playing Device and Dupree, the two old combo there. They were playing B this time. They changed it from Carrigan, I think Cajun, and so instead these 2 guys just relied on aim. They tried to play the corner here. They never went down, whereas it's famous for Fnatic. You lock that off. You figure out either you lock it off and you send the guy back, or you wait for them to attack A and you come behind. That's one of the things that they define. That's how they created the Inferno meta. They were the team that made it all about what happens in the Banana.
I was just going to say as well, you can sort
Same
of...
as here as well. Look, this is what happens when you let JW play on a map. Somehow people start having fights there all the time.
How did that happen?
Yeah. Well, I was going to say as well, you can see from the way that it's all mapped out, there was obviously a lot of retakes going on, which is, suggests to me that, again, pretty much in line with what we saw, which is Fnatic kind of struggling to keep in, but actually having some, again, more miracle rounds, more heroic rounds. TSM were getting onto the site, planting the bomb, Fnatic having to retake the site, which they did multiple times, and not a good situation to be in. TSM's economy snowballing as a result of that. Anyway, we can bring up our MVP. I don't think it's going to be too much of a surprise.
I think it's going to be Dupree.
Yeah.
Must be. He has like 30 kills and 17 deaths or something.
Let's have a look.
That's unreal if you're against
Shazam,
a world-class
of
team
course
like
it is.
this.
And again, just got to be said here. This was another masterclass entry fragging performance from him on the T side. We talked about Apex on Inferno, Gfinity. One of the great sort of all-round entry fragging performances, which it was godlike. One of them.
If a single player has 8 first kills in 30 rounds. I mean, you think that TSM's has stomped this map?
Yeah, exactly. You would think that would be
what happened?
That would be 10 rounds on the first half or something. 30 kills. But yeah.
But right now, I mean, can we put a finger on it? I mean, obviously, we should probably pay a bit more attention to Dupree, but we're not going to. Let's talk about. I want to talk more about where Fnatic are pulling these clutches from. Where are these godlike rounds coming from? How are they able to consistently do it time and time again? And it's not just one player that it's Flusher, he's in the clutch, you'll back him to make it. We're even starting to see people like Pronax, who you wouldn't traditionally associate with this, be able to step up once they're in that position where they're just 1v3, 1v2.
It's just a combination of both. Good plays from one team and bad plays from another. One thing that comes to my mind is a 2-on-2 situation on B bomb site in the later rounds. As TSM was T-side, Device missing 2 shots he should have always gotten when 2 people were pushing in from Banana, retaking it from Fnatic. Misses that shot. Crims got that shot. He kills Device and kills the second guy. The bomb is defused. It basically just comes to individual small mistakes that just sort of mount up.
So, I mean, I came up with the Nip Magic meme, Richard, before that died when all the magic left, the circus left town. So I also have been pushing the Fnatic Miracle because it reminds me of a similar scenario where at the beginning of this year, Nip was never going to be the team that became the best in the world again and won all the majors, but they could always play you close somehow. They always would have those crazy clutch rounds they'd have in a match where otherwise you were out fragging them, you were entry fragging, you get the bomb down. It feels like that for Fnatic at the moment. Like the thing about Fnatic is you almost can't mentally rattle them. Like even if they're behind in a game or they're in a 2vx situation or they have only a Deagle and a Farmaster versus 2 AKs, somehow that doesn't rattle them to the extent that they lose the round. Whereas actually, even world-class teams, I know some of them, when they get in those bad situations, they don't worry about losing the situation because they think, it was already lost. Like if we'd just held initially, then I wouldn't be in that bad situation. Or if this guy was fragging better on my team, that's a way where if everything goes well, you can win. But as soon as those little cracks sit in for other people, they kind of mentally give up on the game. Somehow, Fnatic, they don't. It's almost like they don't realize how good TSM, Virtus Pro, Envious are. They still think we can win these matches, even though it doesn't look on the outside like they can. So it's making them get the most out of what little they have to use at the moment.
Thing is, I think they're the ones that make individual intuition into arc. There was a round where TSM had 2 CT players in Big Pit. Fnatic takes A side. They get the bomb down. You'd think, all right, Fnatic is screwed. They're going to get sandwiched, right? Instead, they have Flusher just pushing into a library, making 2 kills happen. All of a sudden, the situation goes the other way around because of an intuition of a single player. Realizing the situation, all right, we don't have control of Big Pit, so we sort of have to do something on the other side of the map, getting those kills, and then all of a sudden, the ones in Big Pit are pretty much screwed.
I mean, what about the round I was kind of referencing before when I said about gift-wrapped kills? The round where Olofmeister was in A as CT, and he was hiding in the graveyard area, and then he must have been, let me think, that makes sense, and literally, somehow he got both kills in the side of the head of someone who wasn't even looking at him. I mean, he's in a 1v2. At that point in time, someone's always going to be looking at you. You're going to have to hide the whole time. You're going to have to try and take a one-on-one. He got 2 free kills there. I don't think that might be a scenario you almost never see. And so that just shows, the timing, the confidence to still think you can win that round, even though they're down in the game. On that level, in that one respect, Fnatic is still ahead of the game, I think. The other teams, they have to be going well to have that confidence.
Yeah, and killing the guy that's not planting the bomb first, but killing the guy that's covering the bomb plan first also.
Exactly, the timing to even pull that off,
So we move into Dust 2 now. Now, nobody's called a 2-0 for TSM.
No, but it's a possibility at this
But
point.
now we're looking at it being a very real
for sure.
possibility.
I mean, I did say I thought whoever won the series would win 2-0.
All right, mate. It's okay. Yeah, it's
Sort of pulled a little bit back there.
this
He's up.
prediction is brought to you by Alfred. All right, mate. Right. So
He doesn't know. Oh my goodness.
right. So
This event's not sponsored by that one, Rich.
we're not allowed to say that. We're not allowed to make jokes at your expense, are we?
All right, moving along.
Stream's off. Stream's over. Just kill it. Anyway, but what I want to bring up is the Dust 2 discrepancies between the two teams. We've got obviously, a 51% or 52% ratio, I think, for Fnatic. They were pretty low down, and 61%, which should be a lot higher.
These are online ones, though.
Yeah, exactly. Still, it's including online, but just in general, recent form, overall win rates.
But I mean, on
match.
LAN, for example, I remember that Dust 2 was something crazy, like 12 out of the last 15 Fnatic had won on Dust 2 offline. So they're a phenomenal offline team on Dust 2 right now. TSM are absolutely amazing, though. Like, I think this is their best map. And part of the reason why is because for most other teams, they are a little bit up and down, at least on Dust 2. Whereas you just know that the CT side is going to be unbelievable for TSM. I think that every player, it's one of those maps where it's like every player is in the perfect position. And you see people getting the clutches and this guy being a beast at the site. Then Cajun's wherever he wants to be in the middle. It's like every now and then teams get a map. Fnatic used to have it with Inferno, where every player is almost in the position they should be playing.
But I'm getting a bit of deja vu here because you said all of this at DreamHack London.
Okay.
Just before they went to play Envious, and you couldn't envision a way they could lose Dust 2 against the French team.
I mean, I obviously couldn't have known that, like,
No.
someone would throw a Molotov 1 second too late, and then the other guy would die, but there would still be 1 second
Yes,
before. I couldn't predict that, Rich.
There were
That's
mitigating
hard.
circumstances. but what I mean is perhaps there is a way back for Fnatic and all this. We have seen TSM lose to top teams.
I definitely
on
don't.
Dust 2
I don't
lately.
think it's over. I think this is going. What's great about this series is all three of these maps, in theory, have the potential to be absolutely incredible maps. Like, even better than the first one, which I thought was pretty good overall. Both teams can win all three of the maps. It's just that. I mean, this is the map that, in theory, this one is the one that of the three, they're all close. This one should be TSM's.
Natu?
Yeah, I mean, if Fnatic starts on T side, I want to see them keep their pace really high, tempo high. Just give pressure to TSM because they're really good at reacting to situations. They're really good at reacting to when they lose a certain area of the map. Let's say they lose long, they'll take control of the short, or they'll play retake A afterwards and things like that. So if Fanatics keep playing really fast and their individuals are hitting their shots, that's when you can really rattle with TSM.
Well, I mean, let's talk about the importance of Cage and B in particular on this map for TSM. We've highlighted that when he's good, he's very, very good. Indeed, he was one of the names that people felt might have been absent from that top 10 player list that we referenced earlier. Yeah. He sort of holds that short area, playing roundabout car, very effective with an AWP as that secondary AWPer, obviously very effective with a scout as well, despite he was never really a jump scout kind of player, just raw aim and sort of exuberance and raw talent.
When you're playing that position car, it's all about how your opponent is playing on the T side. It's how you pressure him, how do you time your attack. And A split, the type that TSM likes to do, where they'll give you pressure short, give you pressure long, and they'll split it and really sandwich that area, is how you really pressurize a player in that particular spot. So it's all going to come down to, if the T's let him get clear shots, yeah, he's going to be the star. But if the T's make it hard for him, it's going to be a pain in the ass.
He was, for me, he was one of the factors in that envious win that Cage and B didn't
Yeah,
sort of lock down the area. He didn't do well at all in that series.
And what's interesting, and what I'm thinking now, just of the series we've seen so far, is the fact that JW was going so well on Inferno is a very good sign, because JW on Dust 2, that's always been a map where he individually, Fnatic themselves didn't used to be that good on it. It's always been a great map for him, though. He can always get because it's a great map for just those aggressive peaks with the AWP, and then he can get back into cover. It's the kind of map where if he really is on similar form as Inferno there, he could be a difference maker there.
Yeah. Well, what about in terms of device? We've often said that Dust 2 is device's map, that he generally tends to go off and post big numbers here. He's been sort of playing in a little bit more subdued kind of a role on Dust 2 to what we were used to in kind of his heyday on the map, where he would drop 30s and go crazy. It's kind of Dupree that's really taken on that mantle of, doing the sort of unexpected and making the crazy pushes. Is this still the case, that this map is very much his home turf?
What's interesting is when I think back historically, even though Device is being so, I mean, even in this game we saw there, it looked like he had a rubbish game and he still got 19 kills at the end of it. That's a bad game for him. Actually, historically, when I think against Fnatic, that's actually one of the teams he doesn't tend to go that crazy against. It is like Cajun B who goes nuts, or Device. Dupree's had the odd game like this. Carrigan even was having games earlier this year. When I think back, there's not really that many times I think that Device has just taken over the game against Fnatic. I don't know why that is. Maybe they're such a well-rounded team. They're so good in clutches. It's just an interesting observation I hadn't really thought of before, actually.
I mean, it's also a testament to TSM general gameplay, and this map has improved a lot. If Device doesn't have to go huge, getting 30 kills, obviously everyone else is picking up the slack, and they're doing things together. And like I pointed out, they have some mean strategies on this map, like look for their area split. That's what they're really good at. The timings, everything they do, it's perfect.
Now, quickly as well, I want to highlight JW. Had a very good performance on the previous map, even though they did lose. We've referenced before that we feel he's in a bit of a slump to where he was kind of this, again, almost like an iconic player for Fnatic, could do the unthinkable. Hasn't really been at that level for a while. They've been relying on Flusher and Olofmeister primarily, and even Crims more so than JW in terms of the numbers he's posting and the consistency of performance. But he has traditionally put in some good performances on Dust 2 also. It seems to be a map where you can do those unexpected things, especially if you've got that playing style like JW does. So specifically in this kind of matchup, how does he sort of match up against Device?
Well, the thing is, he's a guy where he just loves, it's been his playing style forever, to just take crazy CT peaks. I mean, there was a game not that long ago, I can't remember if it was the Fragbite one, if it was online, where the guy, I think it was Cajun, was playing long A doors on T side, and he shot someone else, not JW, JW's teammate. The two players were playing up long. And then because he'd shot that guy low, like maybe to 40 health or something, he threw a Molotov down in the long A and he just went off because he was like, well, the guy can't go through the Molotov because it'd kill him if he's on 40 health. What he didn't know was the second the Molotov went off, JW ran up to long A, ran through the Molotov, jumped through, jumped out, shot him in the back and went back. And literally got a free kill, past the Molotov, and out again with the numbers advantage. Like, no one in the world can do that because no one would ever think that was a good plan to do. But only JW would attempt it, and therefore, because it's so unexpected, he got away with it.
So is the problem that JW finds himself in now? Could it be that it's not so much a slump in terms of execution, it's just that teams are wise to his playing style because famously he is this wild card player. So you brace yourself. Maybe you're kind of always expecting the unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that he's the kind of player, doesn't matter if he's doing well or not, he's the one who's going to be doing the same crap, put it as he will, all time after time.
It's like having scoots on the desk. There's a foul language.
Come on, but it is the unconventional. It's something that no one does, and he just does it, and he keeps doing it no matter what. If he's succeeding or not, he's going to keep doing it. Eventually, he will actually succeed in it.
Well, here's the problem: the reason that stuff's unconventional is because, in terms of sound, like fundamental theory, it doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're as phenomenal a talent as he is, you can make it work sometimes. But if he, put it this way, if he could make it work consistently and he could do it 75% of the time and it always worked, little dig there thrown there. If he could make it work 75% of the time even, it would then become the new convention. It'd become the new best.
You were just doing an Anchorman joke.
That was the joke, Rich. It'd become the new way to play the game, So it doesn't. No one else tries it like that. He can himself only barely make it work. Yeah. So to me, that's his role in Fnatic to me. He's not supposed to be the star player. He's supposed to be the wild card. He's supposed to be this guy where everyone else is playing really sound. Crims is playing so solid. Flash is like always playing a site. Probably Olofmeister is dominating, but in a fundamentally sound way. He's taking the spots and the duels he should. JW's job is to be this crazy distraction who's annoying you, and you're thinking, is he behind us right now? Or where is he over there,
Yeah, but I mean, the problem with being the wild card is obviously it should be no pressure. It should be the icing on the cake. But so far, we're talking about this is the era of Fnatic miracles that they're able to pull out clutch rounds and everything else. If JW's missing from this particular mix, then it really seems to be harming them, like overall.
No, I think every time he has a bad game, like obviously he can have an okay game, they're still such a good team. If he has a bad fragging game, though, I think that's usually it for Fnatic. That's a wrap, because it's taken, at that point in time, you're putting so much pressure on Olofmeister to not just have kills, but just be like through the roof.
Okay, well, I guess we'll be talking about Dust 2 maybe a little bit later. I think we're going to go to a quick break now. We've got some ads that we need to run. So thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Obviously, when we do get back from the break, we are going to be bringing you that second map in what's going to be an epic series. It's going to be TSM versus Fnatic on Dust 2 in a best of 3. Second semi-final of the day. We'll see you soon.
CSGO skins? Do you want to win really cool things? Visit csgofast.com. Place your bets and win really cool skins. csgofast.com. Check your fortune.
E-gaming bets. We accept bets on computer games online since 2011. Referral system for regular users and deposit for newcomers. Gaming devices store and the best choice of payment systems. Dota 2 and Hearthstone. Counter-Strike and StarCraft. World of Tanks and League of Legends. EGB.com. You know for sure who is going to win.
All right, guys, welcome back. Map 2 And it is TSM up 1 after Inferno. It does move us on to Dust 2, which is a map that you said you would heavily favor them on. They've definitely been the class of the field on it over the recent few months.
They're my favorite team to watch in Dust 2. I think Thorin alluded to that as well. I think their CT setup's so reactive. They base it on everyone, whoever they're playing. They seem to have a different setup every time. Key players for this one going into it is going to be Cajun B towards a car, for example. But looking what we can see on the server right now, it's actually going to be TSM starting on the T side here. So they've got the work cut out for them. I definitely say that I prefer their CT side on this one, but definitely going to be formidable on this. It's difficult to call, but I would say I favour TSM going into it, especially winning that first map as well. They're going to be carrying on that momentum going into the second map, and this is the dream scenario for them. I think the guys are saying whoever took that first one, maybe getting the 2-0 going.
Well, that's the thing. Now they take down Kerrigan, bomb dropped it long as well, and JW rotating around, spotting up Device, able to get that shot. No kills so far for TSM on this first pistol. Tries to use the pole. Cheeky stuff from JW, but again, and eventually Zipix will get at least 1 kill to their name, but that might be all he gets, and it will be Fnatic 1-0, starting things off strong on Dust 2.
So you'll see a lot of teams do that on the CT side. Normally it's 2 people boosted up, so you're allowed to have that kind of one gets the kill. You can have backup there with utility as well, but when you've got a player like Olofmeister, that smoke to Xbox, the T throw down, actually helped him out, you know, because he knew instantly then he can't actually get shot from lower B. He gained some sort of control there. Pronax did very well as well. He got 2 frags here towards long, but Olofmeister opening things up. Fantastic stuff by him, and this is the second frag coming in from Pronax out on your screen. But that's a really textbook round for Fnatic and a really great start for them to get back into this. So TSM will be buying back Tech-9's full set of armor as well. Zipex going for that early frag of the Desert Eagle in the long doors there. Doesn't manage to land any damage and taking quite a lot himself. He's got a Levy left on 32 HP there, but the T's getting that mid control and potentially could set themselves up for a mid split here. Carrigan has got the smoke grenade, which goes down towards CT spawn now.
And look at this position for the P90. Pops out. He takes a lot of damage on a second peak JW, but able to pick up 3 kills. It's more than enough on this anti-eco situation as KGB actually kills his teammate. It looked like it was Crims to get it, but KGB made it interesting. Got 2 more afterward, at least compensated for the difference, but in the end, it's still Fnatic now 2-0, and with keeping 3 members up, they won't have to invest too much more into this round, and it'll be a full save from TSM.
Yeah, we saw Zipex utilising that long spawn he had, just wanted to get that chance headshot with the Desert Eagle, but look at them lining up. They went for the mid-split, that 1 smoke they had, going towards CD spawn, JW just clearing up here. Crims gets 1 and goes with that little knife kill at the end, unable to land it, Occasion B killing his teammate, but this should be a full eco now coming in from TSM. You can see some P250s, but Fnatic just going to be taking advantage of the situation. A little bit of some cheeky play here from GTAW. Not going to be using his main weapon, the UMP, just going to be trying to utilise those 1-bullet headshots from the USP, but one player from TSM does get up to short.
Damage done, though.
Down he goes, though.
Yeah, and the nade comes in from Flusha to finish him off. KGB will get JW right back, though. Was out through middle doors and then fell back, so they weren't able to secure the gun. Actually, take that back. They did pick up the UMP. So they are able to pick up the SMG, and now they're going to look toward B with it. Dupree has bomb. Device still sitting on catwalk, wants to spot the rotation, but they've gone as soon as he took his eyes off of it. The problem is now they're stacked up on the opposing side of those doors, and he might have called it it's clean. So with KGB and Dupree heading back over toward catwalk, Olofmeister is going to be in a perfect position. Meanwhile, though, Device has picked up Flusha, and now the push comes through. Olaf with at least 1 to work with, tries to switch guns because he ran out of ammunition. As a result, he's gone down, and it's back to a 2 versus 2, so Fnatic not necessarily getting away with this round as quite as efficiently as they would have hoped, and also with only 2 players left, Crims on a pistol, it actually almost favors TSM here with weapons.
Well, the thing was working in Fnatic's favour right now is the time remaining, 30 seconds, and you can see that Molotov is holding them off a little bit longer. They actually haven't got any players towards A whatsoever now, so if TSM were to make their way onto the bomb site, obviously it's much easier to say that from our point of view, but now they are going to make their way onto it. They should get the bomb down. It's going to be a full retake required from Fnatic.
Next, already coming up from catwalk, though, is able to catch Device before the bomb gets planted. And it leaves Dupree with the UMP rather than the FAMAS that was out in the hands of his teammate. And now he's stuck on top of the site, tries to get aggressive with his peaks, but eventually Crims just fires through the boxes. And he'll catch the edge of his head. It's going to be 3-0 now for Fnatic. But again, it was a full save, so not a bad effort. This will force more economy from Fnatic on a CT side and bring guns out for the T's.
And definitely not a bad effort whatsoever, considering they just had P250s and some Glocks. Did some great work there. JW will be make it 2, so double orb setup coming in. So JW and Flush are going to be wielding those, and there's going to be no orbs so far from TSM. That's the problem with going in with that force bar in the second round. They did get the bomb down, so able to force out a nice little buy here in terms of full AKs, but the double orb setup, famously very hard to actually get through the defense force field here.
Well, and dust too. It definitely works wonders. But I'm wondering if this is almost too much too soon. Obviously, they've still got a FAMAS and a P90 in play. If they can't find early picks with these AWPs and they lose them early enough, it's a huge investment and forces them on the back foot instantly.
Well, they've pushed Flusher, boosted up onto short there. Didn't spot the T that came into him. Just misses out by a millisecond. Now he'll be made redundant. He's going to have to fall back to the site. Potentially going to hold this angle here. Uses a smoke grenade just to give himself some time, and the T's have to hold on there. But the other AWP is going to be JW, making his way back to B. Smokes it off, and just going to be looking out for that mid split as well.
So JW and Olaf have a decent crossfire set in that mid position as the smoke at the door does leave a slight gap at the top so they could spot Catwalk. Fortunately for TSM, they've managed to get on top of the box and not be sighted, so Dupree will join his teammates. And with Olaf pushing back down in toward that CT and the smoke now in that drop position, Kerrigan's going to go, and this is the similar position to what I was talking about with Zippix. He now has to hold off because Flusha gets overwhelmed and he's a little bit late to get the kill. Regardless, he does in the end, but it gives up the A site. And that is exactly the play that the player in CT needs to watch for. If a man drops down, he has to hit the shot. As we saw, Flusha there just couldn't do anything about being attacked from both angles. They try and jump over top of the Molotov, but Pronax will go down. And TSM is in a great position, not done just yet to take away their first gun round. And again, the double op setup. Was it bought out too soon? They're actually going to fall off. This Crim's looking for a different angle and, in fact, just wants to pick up the second AWP. And Device knows he's done that, so he'll be able to call it. This is a save now.
Yeah, really nice tidy round there from TSM, actually doing the perfect counter to that double orb setup. They showed really great presence towards middle there, getting the smokes out, taking away some vision, and committing Cage and B to that area well, just to get the CT spawn players and the guy outside B with the orb as well, just to be concentrating on that so much. They drop a player down to the CT spawn, push up to the air ramp, and then find their frags. And the CT's finding himself in almost impossible retake position now. And now we have Device getting the AWP. Fnatic do save an AWP as well, but so they're going to have a chance here to do something with this. They're going to have 4 pistols and the AWP, and actually be force buying as well with the Scout, FAMAS, and a 5.78. Actually got double AWPs themselves, so I'm surprised they actually had that money to get into it. So they saved an AWP. And what can they do with this now?
Go off limited to the 5.7. Again, I mean, this does give them big guns to work with, and there's the pick that's required. Taking down Device immediately. And that's inside Suicide as well, so JW keeps his eyes on that so they can't go recover that AWP. Dupree gets forward of the door position. Zippix has actually made it past the long cave, but the problem is they've got a crossfire on him, and they're going to actually jump over top. Is Olaf going to get around this? As the first flash comes out, and he's not ready for it, so now it's 2 kills for Fnatic, untraded so far, and JW almost collects more through that doorway. Instead, they're going to walk down Catwalk. Flusha gets dropped again. It's Dupree with the kill, but still, they've got 2 players on long and a gap in that smoke that will leave Dupree in the open. He's able to stay alive through that flash, but Olafmeister continuing on with pressure. Great response, though, again from Dupree to take down Pronax.
So they have got the A bomb site control now. It's going to be a player in the form of Olafmeister down towards long, but JW coming up short, picks up both frags there. Cage and B and Dupree go down. The bomb does get planted, but that's a big round for Fnatic there. Going for that aggressive mid face at the start of the round. JW takes down the first AWP player, and then they get back into that round. It's a play we saw we said they had to make on Inferno. When you're up against the ropes, you've got a couple of players on force buys. You need to find that first entry frag just to secure the round for you when you're a bit behind there in terms of the economy. So TSM winning one round, then losing the subsequent one, only going to get rewarded with $1,400 this round, but actually they get to get the bomb down, so they get an extra $800 as well, but still difficult times for them in terms of the actual money buys going into this one. So that double orb setup is going to stay true for Fnatic so far, and it's always another force buy coming from TSM. Interesting, because they're going to have 3 AKs and a Tech 9 and a CZ here. They have got a decent amount of grenades, so could be interesting what they do. I'd expect more of a strategic play from this time. It's going to be difficult to work the picks. There we go. CT is going to be taking over long. And then we have 3 terrorists going towards the B tunnels now with the bomb as well. So you can see 4 players coming to this. This is definitely more of a set piece coming in.
JW has also pushed through those double doors to try and spot into lower, but he might get caught off right now. He's holding the angle. He wants the peak to come out, tries to hit the shot. Crim meanwhile does, but look at that from JW. The up-close no-scope, and Fnatic obliterate TSM again as they try and walk in. Finally, response at least one, but JW comes through again with that AWP. And it's just Device remaining. He's inside the B site. He's got no one else inside with him, so home alone with Bomb, but it's so problematic. Manages to actually, through the smoke, catch Olaf Meister. JW's given up on the AWP as a result of it. And it's aggressive play, but Flusha is luckily in a good position to get the trade there, because then it was 2 versus 1 with Bomb inside B. It might have gone to Device.
So the force buy coming in there from TSM. They just opt to walk into the B bomb site. I think we missed the kills that Crims picked up, but I can't imagine how he got it from. I assume from the platform on the bomb side. Let's see if we can. Okay, so he's at the window area. That's actually amazing stuff. You've got the M4 to pick up 2 frags there. Nice little controlled spray, both headshots, and JW with that little no-scope as well, taking down the mid player and actually securing the round there. So this is going to put TSM after that force buy into pretty much a full eco here. They have 3 Glocks, a Desert Eagle, and a PT-50 on Zipex. Going to be going for some mid control. JW might find himself the spot of Bobber here. He takes a lot of damage, actually dies to Device, and now they actually have the man advantage. They pick up the AWP as well. Olaf Meister coming back, does some decent damage, but has to fall back as well now.
But it is a start for the AWP and pistols of TSM. And Device looking hot early on so far in this game. 6 kills. He was a bit slow to get rolling on Inferno, so it's up to his teammates now. Again, T-side not their claim to fame on this map, but usually it doesn't fail them heavily either, so they will need to get something rolling. Can they start now? Apparently not. Fnatic has none of it. Olaf Meister's going to take down KGB, or rather Kerrigan, excuse me. KGB falls to Crims. Follow that up as Zipix and Dupree meet the same fate from the same player. As Device, the only one so far to pick up anything since that initial frag, and Olaf Meister's going to lurk onto his position quite quickly as he just walks down with the M4. And although Device was able to get Pronax, it is going to be the 6th round now for Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic there, after even losing the first player there, they read the situation really well, got themselves that double face towards the B tunnels, and actually Kerrigan was the actual last chancer. He needed to find another frag to even give them an entrance to that bomb site. So that wasn't going to happen. They shut him down, and like you said, Fnatic get the 6th round on the board. TSM, let's see what buy they can bring to it. Kerrigan going to be picking up the AWP now. We saw Device rolling with it before, and Fnatic still trying to just stabilize that bank account, being some close rounds. It's going to be Pronax onto the Famas there. Still JW with that AWP though. He's going on short though. He's been boosted up, going for the aggressive pick, and actually goes all the way towards suicide and gets a huge headshot on the Kerrigan there. What a massive pick that was. It's the AWP player as well. So huge scope to take down. And now that's his job done, really. They can just play a much more passive game. Pronax does take some damage, but that's a fantastic pick, and that's just a JW thing. That's all his sort of thing, and JW picks up once more onto Dupree.
Yeah, big kill to get as well, because Pronax has already gone low on long, and Flusha was actually losing that battle due to the fact that he just deployed a nade, so didn't quite have the gun drawn in time. So saves his teammate, gives him a 2-man advantage. Again, that was a really impressive fast play, it has to be said, to get on catwalk.
Well, that's the kind of stuff.
And had the confidence to go past the corner as well.
That's the kind of plays you need to be doing. Even when you have the advantage, just going for those surprising plays, actually catch the T's out of position completely. I don't think anyone would have expected that. Pushing off short, jumping down to Xbox, going for the shot. Like, it's not really something you plan for.
TSM had 2 players working into lower tunnels, but they weren't quite there in time. That's how quick JW was about getting that done. So really good call off of his spawn. Smoke now is going to deploy on top of CT. JW just missing the shot on the second player to cross over from TSM. So they still have 3 members up. And Device is desperate to find an opening, but in the process, they've lost 1 more member. KGB gone. It's a 2 versus 5, and they're slowly going to get pushed through tunnels. They do catch Pronax. It was the low HP player looking for that information. But with 18 seconds, I think they're just going to elect to save this already.
Yeah, 14 seconds on the clock. Not really much you can do in this situation. They have got the AWP still. There's Apex with the AK as well and the bomb. So just going to try and stay in T-spawn. You can see the CTs are hungry for blood here. Olaf Meister making his way there, just waiting for the time to run. That's the ideal time to kill the terrorists, because then obviously they go into the next round of no money. But he's not going to be committing to this fight. He hasn't got his teammates to back him up, so just looking for any sort of information he could get. But headline is Device still has the AWP, Zipex has the AK, so let's see what they can do with that. JW presumably still has the AWP. There he goes. He's going to actually purchase that himself. And here's the pick once again. That's a kind of play. Like, I don't think I've seen anyone do that really. Like, you can push up short, sure, but you don't really go for those picks there. And he actually was mid-air. Kerrigan, sit down. That is a huge headshot to take there. Yeah. And 7-1 now. That's another force spike coming in from TSM. Tech 9s of armor, and that's that AWP on Device.
And they're going to go fast through long. crossfire already set up, though. Olaf's come down to join Pronax because he's made the call that they've made it through the doorway at the very least. And Zipix actually hits the first shot, so this does favor TSM slightly. JW's low, and Pronax, although he does get Cajun B, is low as well, but JW, he'll follow up. And now things get awkward as TSM, they've eventually run into a wall. They can't find their way forward, and Pronax is still alive. And hesitation from Dupree leaves him in the open for Flusha to catch him off guard. So a good teamwork right now from Fnatic, as every play is calculated. A second member always showing up before TSM can take any advantage whatsoever, and it's left to Kerrigan, who, again, shall not pass. It's going to be 8-1.
Yep.
And this is, yeah, I mean, this is a full loss round bonus now, but it doesn't really help the fact that they're still low on money.
You get $3,500, but if you're not going to be getting any kills and you're not stringing anything together, A1, TSM looking like they're going to have to do the quasi-buy here. Basically means you can get Tech 9s, some armor, some utility. As long as you keep your bank balance around the 2K mark, it means you go into the next round a really healthy buy. So Fnatic looking really strong here. They're mixing it up almost every single round. JW this time going to be heading towards the B-bomb side. So last time we saw him push towards short. This time he's just going for that straight on face as well. Not even going on the platform. He's going straight up for that B tunnel's face. Olafmeister on short as well. Just going to be trying to bait out something from the T's here. Just throwing some presence, showing some presence there. And the T's, not really much to work with. Flusha does chuck incendiary onto Xbox there.
Flusha spamming through, just getting back to CT, but again, support system's in play. JW's there, so even if they want to push, he's in good position to defend his teammate, and actually does further than that, catching Cajun B off, trying to get back on top of Xbox, but that does imply that TSM is working up, and the no armor on Olaf makes a huge difference as that aim punch comes in. He gets dinked in the head. Rather gushed, as it were, with no helmet, but 15 HP left on him, is still alive, and TSM are losing members rapidly. JW tries to catch Device through the wall, and although he will get Olafmeister in the end, Fnatic are looking impenetrable right now. This is impressive stuff. Again, TSM normally so good on Dust 2, not getting anything going.
This is why I said before getting into the game, I really like their CT side. I think they've got a really strong setup there, and they read their opponents really well. T side so far, a lot left to be desired. They haven't actually had any real impact here. They've got one round on the board so far. They've got the double AWP set up themselves. Both teams are rolling with that. So you're going to assume TSM are going for a very pick-heavy game, waiting for that aggression to come in from Fnatic. But what is the plan here? You can see more players being boosted up onto short, and 3 players with TSM heading towards the B tunnels as well. So interesting round coming up. It's going to be Kerrigan with the AWP in lower B. This is the play they're expecting. Actually misses a really crucial shot there. Can he make up for it? He does. Takes down JW, but Olafmeister answers back, taking down Zipix. He's going to find himself in a horrible position here at the top of mid. But what does it matter? It's Olafmeister. He gets 2 kills and stabilizes the round to 3-on-3.
And that's big. That's huge that he's able to go that far. Bomb, by the way, is all the way back in T-spawn, so Device has to go back for that. And Kerrigan, that's a big pick to get. Flusha, just the top of his head. Only a pixel required for Kerrigan. And now they've got something to work with, but Pronax, keep in mind, is still in the B site on the platform as well, and Device is leading the bomb off to that position. But as we say it, commentator's curse, Pronax leaves that position, because how common is it that we see one player stay quiet in that back platform position and pop up at the worst possible moment? Either way, as that bomb waits in tunnels, the other 2 TSM members are pushing in the middle. That's where Pronax is waiting, almost lines up both, but Kerrigan, but despite going down, is avenged by Cajun B. Now it's left to Device inside the site. They've brought the bomb over, and that's Crims coming from middle that has to go against them, and they've got plenty of money, so no doubt in my mind. Actually, I take that back. He's only got 1,300. They've kept this relatively close. So I was going to say no doubt in my mind he'll go for this, but he'll only go if he finds the first pick, and that's not even going to be allowed. Device nails it. This resets the round loss bonus, but again, things are tight right now for Fnatic.
Yeah, really tight. You can see them with like average about 3K across the team here. They can't really justify force buy into this. I would not recommend that. That's where this thing is spiraling out of control, and you give TSM a real window to get back into this one. So hopefully we'll just see the CZ buy from them. You can see JW can justify with some head armor there as well. Not really sure why you would do that. You don't need any head armor against the AKs, but there we go. His decisions, his choices. But double AWP setup still going to be working for TSM. 2 rounds on the board for them. Just going to be presumably taking things easy here. Is the very fast play coming in once again for Fnatic, pushing off short, and actually JW getting all the way to the top middle, undetected. Zipek not going to be expecting this, does hear him, and he's going to get that call off as well. So the T's need to react to this before players start dropping.
And Flusha's going to try and push through long A to join him, knowing that he's got them pushed back. Device is able to hit Olaf down through middle, but JW hits Zipix, and now Device has to go on the retreat. They're going to push all the way to T-spawn, and he's got no one nearby. So if he misses these op shots, the pistols could wreak havoc right now, and eventually he just gives up on the fight and heads toward B, but they've got to act quickly because JW and Flusha will work back down middle and pincer them inside the tunnel, so they've gone they're through, and Cajun B from mid is going to be the contributing factor as he takes down Pronax to give them the sight. And JW, although low on HP, is desperate to get toward that doorway before the bomb's in place. Unfortunately, he's a little bit late in doing so. And Flusha wants to go recover that one rifle that was dropped and naturally concede the round as JW just wants to do exit damage.
Yep, so JW with that really aggressive push up middle, completely undetected till he got to the top there. Takes down Zipex, but unable to do anything else than that. He's just waiting outside the bomb site. Now, I think the idea there was just try and make the T's stay in the bomb site as long as possible, potentially make them drop some guns here, but he gets taken down. Flush is going to be the last man, takes an AK-47, and he's going to put that into the pit.
And look how careful TSM are on their exit as well, flashing middle because they know they've got 3 low players on HP, and the AK-47 is definitely in the hands of Flusha, but they know they need back into this economically.
So far, TSM have realized picking up the AWPs here, waiting for the aggression for Fnatic to come in is actually working out really well for them. Fnatic haven't really shown any sort of discipline. It's going for every spawn they get. JW taking every sort of pick, jumping onto Xbox is really throwing the rulebook CS out the window and is going for absolutely everything here. Now TSM realizes just hold back, wait for their aggression, then we can make our move. So they get 3 rounds on the board. They're going to have that double AWP set up once again, but JW buys back in. He hasn't got any armor or real grenades to play with, but this time he's be holding middle, looking towards short.
TSM are getting ever closer to the bottom and middle as well as they've gone through the tunnels. That's Device and Kerrigan with the
nice
AWPs, and Kerrigan with the opening pick going a little bit further. Needs to turn back
Really
and hits
nice.
it. Perfect shot back through CT. Crims will push out through the smoke, but Dupree gets that trade, and they've got mid. And not only that, Zipex waits for the long rotation from Pronax, catching him off before he can even come back into the play. And Kerrigan, that shot before the smoke deployed. So perfect. I mean, even if the smoke deploys, they can walk through middle, but it just gives them one more player for them to try and retake the site with. Instead, it shuts down the effort before it even transpires and flushes in a 1-on-4, just trying to save a gun at this point.
So this is what Kerrigan's so good at, using his gut instinct and experience he's gathered over the years. He felt like there was an opening in middle for himself, got out there and found that really nice quick shot onto JW middle, and then like you said, shots coming in behind him, flicks round, seals the deal really with that flick round, takes a player down on the crossover there. It's just going to leave Flusha with the AK-47 once again. This time, I think they have a lot more reason to justify taking him down and maybe going for the hunt. You can see there, it's going to be Zipex hunting him down as well. He's going to be assisted as well by a teammate. And there they go, they get the kill as well. So that's a really nice round from TSM. Finally, having some decent presence here after such a huge deficit going into this half. They've really actually broken the economy once again for Fnatic and should set them up for 9-6 perhaps. It's a really nice way to get back into this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, we talk about their CT side. It's more than capable of winning from that situation.
This is the first shot. I like this. So just run through middle for no reason whatsoever. Just
This
using
one
that
was sick
instinct.
too, though.
Yeah, just turning around, sure the shots on the floor, turns around, bang. Just as the smoke blooms as well. Alof gets sat down there and makes it a 5-on-3. He dies at that situation, but here we go. Round number 14, the full eco coming in from Fnatic. Or some
Fast
P250s.
That doesn't amount to anything. Flashes came out, and Flusha actually gets the first kill against Dupree, so they have to respond, and thankfully Kerrigan does with the AWP. So not a lot of kills for Kerrigan in the game, but the last 2 rounds he's had a heavy impact. And they find themselves in another 4-on-3 situation as Cajun B is going to go investigate what's going on over on the B site. Living up to the name. Crims, though, catches Zipex inside the smoke, and now it does fall back into a 3 versus 3 with 2 AKs picked up and no cross yet done. So Flash coming in gives Crims position in the window. Thankfully, Kerrigan spots him as well, and Device takes down Olafmeister. Last player remaining is in closet. They'll get him as well. And just before we go into the next round, to go back, also knowing it was going to be an eco, Dupree gun juggled the third AWP that was in mid all the way to the B tunnels to make sure there was no chance they could grab that.
CT's picking that up, right? So now we get a blast from the past. 4 sniper rifles coming out in the last round. We know how scary this can be. We saw it at the major.
5.
But yeah, 2 for Fnatic, and it looks like 4 sniper rifles for TSM.
Auto sniper. Zipex is going to go for this. So they'll switch guns back to the AKs, but they want to spam door immediately.
Don't actually land any damage whatsoever, so that's a little bit of a damn squib there. But here we go, JW opening up the fragging onto Kerrigan there. Fantastic shot from him to open things up and potentially seal the deal on this round number 15.
It's disappointing when you have an auto sniper in that spot and you don't just spam the door preemptively. Like, you should just be
You
firing
expect some
into
damage
that.
to be exchanged at that spot part. But here we go, Device just going a lot looser now. It seems like they're just trying to face certain angles with the AWPs. We saw Kerrigan pushing out middle last round. Device fancies a bit of that action as well. Actually, other man down right now, so they need to find a frag if they are going to get back into this. And there it is, Dupree opening up once again. Can he make it 2? Doesn't matter. Zipex replies straight away.
Yeah, that trade kill is perfect because now they have the B site given to them. Device is also waiting for the cross, but needs to be aware that JW is coming down catwalk quickly behind him. Spots it up late, but it's an AWP up close, and JW has the same. It's a battle of no scopes, and Device will win it Although Pronax does come around from behind and able to take him down with the M4 regardless. Bombs planted in the B site. And Cajun B will watch the window. Knowing Pronax was likely coming from the T side, Zipix did have his attention turned there, but has since drawn back toward the site. This gives Pronax movement and aggression toward it, but luckily Zipix catches him off. And there it is, 9-6 after being down 9-1.
Device did really well in that situation to even get a frag there. His attention was so focused towards middle. JW comes off short, somehow wins the no-scope battle. You'd expect JW to be the
winner in that one every time.
He's a master of the no-scopes, but Device prevails, and they get their 6th round on the board and actually get 5 in a row towards the end. So after they go down such a huge deficit, I think it was, like 9-1 or something at one stage, they managed to make it 9-6. Actually a very respectable score mark considering they lost the pistol. But here we go then. Go into half number 2. Fnatic 9 going onto the T side now. TSM on CT with 6. The buy coming in from Fnatic is going to be 3 sets of armor, 2 utility players. So we saw some aggression coming in from Fnatic in the first half. Will we see a similar sort of setup from TSM? Looks like they will be boosting on the short as well. Most teams will try and face middle of the start just to get that early intel. This time it's going to be Cajun B pushing up, and it's a fast, long playing Carrigan blind, takes down Pronax. He's going to be very thankful for that one. They can just fall back now, but he's not done yet. He wants to, and manages to lock down and make this a 5-on-3 situation. Make it 3. Carrigan going absolutely huge here, and pretty much ties up this pistol round. Great headshots from him, and fantastic work as Device gets one himself.
And it's all headshots as well as Device with the fourth, excuse me. They only got 1 kill in the first pistol. Pistols so far over the 2 maps are 2-1 in favor of Fnatic, but that looks to be about to change. As Carrigan hunts for his 4th kill, Crims will battle him away and at least discourage him initially, as Crims does have bomb as well, but a minute to go and everybody is swarming. There it is. Carrigan with 4. That one's not a headshot, won't matter. TSM starting off the second half beautifully, get up to the 7th round and have money to work with.
That's going to be frustrating for Fnatic as well. They did a nice take there, fully flashed Carrigan, but he took the chance, still held his ground in the corner, just doing some small, slow taps there, finds the headshot, falls back to the corner, and we can see the replay here. There you go, don't need to describe it. This is a much better portrayal of what happened. There you go, bang.
That second one was very nice as well. The first one was just already well lined up. What a difference it makes, though. The USPs still looking solid from that tap position. Sooner, but Flusha is pesky. And Device now with his 3rd in the round leaves just 1 remaining, and it's Olafmeister, so never discount as he takes 1 more against Dupree, but hasn't been able to pick up a gun so far. And with 3 rifles poised and ready, 9-9 should be inevitable at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You got Olafmeister with just a PT, but he's got a kill on the board, but 2 kills for them in that scenario is not bad, but not really going to help them going to this gun round. Talked about them. They could get Olafmeister. He did actually stay with that Glock, right? So he could get an AWP if he really wanted to. But it looks like it's going to be 5 AKs going into round number 19 now. Things tied up. TSM able to convert that pistol round to a 3-0 on this half. So this is where it comes into the interesting part, the business end of this match, Matt. Can Fnatic get themselves into it? Not the best buy in the world. They haven't got everything. They haven't got the Molotovs to flush some CTs out. The AWP is going to be on the double setup. Cajun B and Device is going to be Device holding towards middle. And Cajun B would assume is going to be towards that car area as we see him play so well.
Device with the first AWP does look through the mid doors. They're going to walk into his crosshair. Slight adjustment and he'll take down Pronax. Smartly retreats inside the site as well, but how does he play it? on the platform, it gives up so much room in middle because Zippix is late on his rotation and they're smoked off, so it is going to be a full 2-2 pinch, and Device is on the platform, but they're flashed off. Cajun B hits Flusha, but Device eventually does go down, and Dupree, he can't survive much longer. Although the man advantage is still in the favor of TSM, the bomb is inside the B site. Olaf's low on HP, but an AWP staring at the doorway is discouraging, and TSM need to be very careful as they approach it. Already the case in point, is Olaf Meister does pick up one on exactly that angle, and now he's gone back to the platform, and Kerrigan knows it. So how do they try and move him, distill him from this position as Zippix uses the smoke, and that's exactly how they'll do it. The headshot as well, or rather, just the kill, but regardless, time is ticking, and they need to get on this bomb immediately. They both have kits, so they'll be able to play one and hold out the other, and Kerrigan hits it in the smoke so they can hold the defuse. And that will give the round to TSM.
Actually, a really sneaky play there from Crims. We thought, once he got in that position, I thought, okay, he could actually make this interesting, but a nice smoke placed by TSM. Heads it down to still a difficult situation, but Kerrigan finding that shot through the smoke, seals the deal, and gets him into a great spot now. That's 10-9, 4 in a row for TSM, looking really strong now. Fnatic will buy into this once again, loss bonus once again playing in their favor, but 5 AKs, not much in terms of utility. They have no grenades on JW or Flusher. It's just going to be smokes from Crimson not off there. And the AWP set up, going down to 1 this time, but TSM definitely in a strong position. They retake. Long now, Zippix going for the full-on spray. Manages to take down 2. Actually, Kerrigan takes the second one off him, but it's another 5-on-3 situation. Fnatic looking a little bit lost here.
Looks very good for TSM. Conversely, though, is another smoke deployed on that long cave position. Kerrigan's actually going to try and take advantage of this, get himself in behind the door, and he inevitably is going to run into some contact here because the bombs come back over in that position as Crimson Olaf. Now, if they can get this trade, it does still open up some map space for them, but so far that's not even going to happen. Eventually Kerrigan does go down, but Cajun B's on the A site, and Zippix will rotate out. It's not done with that pick alone. One more, and they might give themselves a chance to divide onto a bomb site, but they're splitting up. Flush is going to work toward long. Well, Olaf wants to work back toward Catwalk using that smoke at the double door position, and Device, he hears him jump up in the box but can't spot him and doesn't want to take the chance of giving away that extra frag again. Next pick could really determine the round for Fnatic.
They're trying to pincer the A bomb side right now. That's why they've got one player up to shore, one player long, just hoping their individual skill can actually pull this one off. Olaf Meister narrowly avoids death there, but Zippix takes down Flusher towards long. It's just going to be Olaf now. Not going to save this time. Going to be going onto the bomb side. 20 seconds to play with. Device deals with him and puts the 11th round on the board now.
And 10 rounds in a row if you go back to the last half now for TSM. This was 9-1 when it started to slip away, and it's definitely gone now as it's 11 for TSM.
Well, could be 12 as well. Looking at the money for Fnatic, they can't really justify too much. It'll be another one of those quasi-buys I mentioned before, is when you can get some utility on the boards from upgraded pistols, but you need to keep your money around the 2K marks. They can't really justify body armor as well. So difficult round for them, and this is one you would assume is going in the favor of TSM, but never assume in CSGO. That's something I've come to learn these days, especially when you have teams like Fnatic on the eco rounds. They're going to make their way through middle. It's going to be an early battle. And somehow Flusher wins that one. Hands on his face, not really sure how he got away with it, but there we go.
Interesting to note as well, we haven't seen a Zeus yet today. I thought we may still see them, but obviously, the nerf is just enough to discourage. Dupree on the back platform, though, has them lined up as they come through. That smoke's deep enough so they can get into the site, but can't really go much
1. Flash is going to be the last man remaining, and he picks up the AWP, and you would assume he's just going to save that in the situation.
Yeah, he's already trying to climb through middle. He'll find Kerrigan, and now they have his position so that they'll start to push. Dupree coming out of B and Cajun down toward A. But as you said, I mean, this is a point in case. People always look at the statistics post-match and say, oh, this guy had a negative whatever scoreline.
He's
terrible. He's
so
terrible.
Difficult to read into this, right?
Well, that's the point. And Dupree right now actually sits at 9 and 16. But like you said, he's been fantastic. And the frags that he's had have had so much impact. Not to mention on Inferno, he led the way.
If you're opening up rounds like that for your team and actually securing yourself and putting the CTs back into a passive setup because you've secured the round essentially and actually made the Ts completely cancel their plans going into it. That's the most important frag of the whole game. Of that round, sorry. It doesn't. You can't look at the scoreboards post game and say, "Oh, this guy did badly."
No, it's a horrible,
even if you didn't
horrible
watch it,
approach.
But here we go.
Needs
then.
to stop.
After winning that last round, Fnatic losing that one, they're actually going to get the 1400. No bomb going down this time, so they're going to have to take another eco on the chin here. They can't really justify much more than P250s. Some smoke grenades as well. They throw a smoke towards exports, I'd assume. I didn't really get to see them throw. It's actually to go straight towards mid doors. 4 players heading towards the B tunnels. It's just going to be Olaf towards top of mid. Actually a full-on B rush coming in. Dupree ready for this though.
You say ready, but he's almost caught in no man's land.
He chucked the incendiary down, which completely cancels out the rush at that stage. Unarmored players can't really run through incendiary. They just get chewed apart. But now they're going to have to change their plans. JW with the CZ. And once again, never discount these guys in these sort of rounds. But Dupree opens it up once again. And now Olaf and JW getting themselves up onto the short control.
Now, fortunately, it's just an eco round, but this is one of those situations I was talking about where Cajun B is ready at the car position, and they are grouping on catwalk, but Zippix is so far away. Fortunately, he reads this and gets back in position, but look how far Cajun B's forced off the angle before he can even get the first shot in. And with just having Zippix down below, although he's eventually gone down, he's got the support system. So Dupree is able to take JW, and Cajun can just hold that same angle, and Crims will walk into a crosshair. It's 3 rounds to go for TSM.
This is the round I'd like to see something a little bit more aggressive from the CTs. Like, this is the big plays now. You can't let Fnatic do a full execute onto you. You want to just get up in their grills, go for that first pick again, potentially boosting up Cajun B up to short, maybe playing one up towards B, give him some more firepower towards A. But I'd like to see something a little bit more interesting for them this time instead of waiting for Fnatic. Let's try and mix it up a bit and see what we can do. But here we go. We go into round number 24. 13 plays 10 in favor of TSM. Playing 3 players towards longest time. Device can be playing middle, and then Dupree in the B bomb side by himself. Fnatic just getting that mid control as they send 3 players towards lower B.
Oh, Flasher tries to flash himself through Kerrigan. He's going to be heard running into that corner. Likewise, though, he knows Flush is out toward the dumpster, so they'll go for a one-on-one exchange as we keep our eyes locked on Device because he's got company on the adjacent side of that smoke. And Kerrigan wins that battle I spoke of at long, so it's a man advantage again now for TSM, which does not look good for Fnatic. And this time they've changed their approach. Because they've kept so much pressure at long, Zippix hasn't yet rotated down toward that mid position. And it keeps 2 players at long. In fact, they're going to switch it again with Kerrigan now going to platform. But still, it'll leave Dupree to rotate over.
I'd assume they're going to
hold off Cat so much quicker.
Yeah, they're going for that A play here, flashing off Cajun B, and now he gets the opportunity to take frags down and gets
That's a huge kill. That's the drop player gone without the need of a support system. So, unfortunately, he loses out to Pronax immediately after, but it would have made his job so much easier. Instead, it's the crossfire that now has to come into effect, and Pronax, again, is going to spoil the plans of TSM as he takes down Kerrigan. But still, it's a man advantage for TSM, although it's not anymore. JW catches Dupree in transition up the stairs and not prepared. It's now a post-plant situation that favors Fnatic, although it has to be said their positioning on the site is not ideal. And Zippix down below the wall, the precipice of the A site is going to catch both players entirely off guard.
Fantastic. Zippix, a huge performance there. That was a round that's going to define the entire game here. That's going to put Fnatic onto low money again, but Zippix coming in, nice little retake there. JW looked like he got Fnatic back into that round, and you can see how that's affected the Fnatic money. They're looking down at match point now against TSM. They've got 3K in the bank. This is where it comes down to. Zippix goes in with the huge plays here, double spray down, and gets the defuse there as well. So excellent stuff. And now you can see Fnatic can't really justify not buying into this round. They're going to have UMPs, Tech-9s, Galils. You have to think, though, TSM, this is the chance to take it to overtime and just, well, at least guarantee themselves overtime is what I mean.
And that almost feels like a Hail Mary for Fnatic as well. They got the bomb plant down so fast, but really had no escape plan. So once they were stuck on the site, they had to fight with skill, and unfortunately, Zippix caught them off guard. But, as you point out this time, and as we see in the obituary, they've got the man advantage, having secured 2 kills against only the 1 in return. Fortunately, that's been turned back now for TSM, as Zippix will get JW. He's Galils. They need to find frags right now. And again, it's another trade. It's the pistol instead, mind you, from Olofmeister, but Krims is gone, and it's 2 versus 2. The bomb planted, though, does bode well. As Cajun B is just arriving at long now, but through the edge, it's going to be Dupree. That distracts Pronax enough, and Cajun B will walk out. It's now going to be map and series point for TSM.
So we're currently at 9-1 in favor of TSM. They've actually done exactly what Fnatic did in the first half and just completely mirrored it and gone straight in. And now they're in charge. They get to match point here, not even map point. This is absolutely fantastic from TSM. A really strong second half of this, and considering the first half, the way it started. What a result this is so far.
This is exactly how they started off last season in PGL as well, going straight into the upper bracket against Fnatic. Envy was beaten by Nip in that case, as those two teams were here in a 69 overtime game, if those of you who don't remember. And it looked like Nip at the time, because TSM had never won an event. It was their best chance to finally reach a final, and then TSM just walked through them, and they met Fnatic for a rematch in the final, where they made no mistake about the best of 5 with a map in hand. So things starting to repeat themselves here, at least to open things up for the tournament. As Device again will take down JW, but Krims through the smoke will get him back. So still a chance for Fnatic to push this just a little bit further. Not if Kerrigan has anything to say about it, though.
He's been really great in that long area, though. Olofmeister picking up the AWP this time from a fallen comrade, I think. So takes down Cajun B, gets us to a 3-on-3 situation. As we said, this is match point for TSM around. Fnatic have to win here. And they haven't got the bomb down yet. Still have 1 minute remaining. Dupree's going to be isolating that B bomb site as he does get some confrontation here. Through the smoke, they may just walk straight past each other.
Krims needs to be so aware of this right now. Dupree needs to land the shot and doesn't. It's actually turned back. Olofmeister gets that kill. It's all down to Kerrigan, so they've got to walk in and try and get this bomb planted before he arrives. He does get Krims, but they're going to hold the bomb plant, but he actually catches off Pronax and Kerrigan. He's going to win it for TSM. All 3 kills to clutch it out. And TSM will meet VP in the upper bracket tomorrow.
That's sick, Matt. That's like one of the best retakes here. What a time to take it as well. That would probably knock TSM onto an eco there. And he just wanted to get this game done and dusted just then. Coming from the tunnels, finding 3 frags of the bomb planet as well. That last kill onto Olofmeister. Fantastic stuff from Kerrigan and showing why he's one of the best players in the world right now. In-game leader and big fragging potential as well. And can AWP, so he's got the whole package.
And with the A1 there as well, it was well shot and well struck because it was 3 headshots to make that work. What a play from Kerrigan. So that's it. That's our schedule set for tomorrow. It's TSM versus VP in the upper bracket, and Liquid have to meet their fate against Fnatic, who have definitely dominated them in past encounters. Different roster, mind you, but that's going to be even a tougher test in some ways than VP was today. That said, we'll stop talking and let those who know best talk about it a little bit more. We'll hand it over to Richard Lewis in the desk.
Thanks a lot for that, gentlemen. And again, what a classic series we've had there. Some real amazing back and forth. And just TSM winning 2-0. I mean, I was confident TSM would win. I did say I feel Fnatic are relying almost too much on these miracles at the moment, and they are going to run out. It kind of feels like an inevitability right now. I think all the pieces of the Fnatic machine we've seen working and well-oiled in the past are kind of falling down a little bit at the moment. But I didn't expect an emphatic 2-0.
To be fair, Fnatic did look poised to win that map when it started off. And
yeah.
I mean, they had a huge lead going in the CT half. But it all came down to those early rounds where they played a bit too aggressively, lost way too many weapons, and that cost a dent in their economy going further down. TSM picks up a round, another, that's going to be causing Fnatic to a save round, and then it's just a downhill from there. I think TSM got like 6 in a row in the end to close it out at 6-9, giving them a good chance on that CT side.
I mean, this is why I kind of emphasized that, to me, what's winning Fnatic games or rounds, at least at the moment, is just how clutch they are. It's not even the fragging. Like, they have some fragging performances, but you look at these other teams they're facing, and they're facing monsters every game. I mean, in the first map, remember, it was Device and Dupree. It was Dupree and Cajun who had like the 50+ kills combined.
Yeah.
This map, it was like Zipnix and Device who had like 50+ combined. Two totally different players who themselves are putting on like monster. When your team's that deep and consistently someone's going crazy like that, it's going to be hard for anyone to beat you. And so Fnatic, even to get it close again, they had to have all these great rounds to make it happen. JW was playing really well in the first half, but the fragging power at TSM is just too much. That's why I kind of said at the beginning, whoever wins for me, it's going to be 2-0, because whoever's in form, they're both so good on these two maps. I'm not saying I predicted it.
Your prophecy is come
but that's
true,
the point.
Lord Duncan.
No, the point I'm making, though, is because they were both so good on those two maps, if anyone was better than the other one, if it wasn't super close, they were going to be able to win both as well.
Yeah.
That was the problem. So if Fnatic had taken Inferno and they were in that kind of form, they're good on Dust 2 as well. So we saw both of them had their times on each map where things were going well, but TSM was, to me, convincingly the better team overall.
Well, we'll take a look at the scoreboard so we can look at some of these individual performances and what they mean. And as you say, quite rightly, TSM switched it up, showed that they had that strength in depth with different people stepping up. There it is. It's DE Device, a.k.a. Dust 2, dropping almost a 30 bomb
It's
there.
funny, I also did say that. I'd never seen him against Fnatic have like a monster 35 frag. And he almost did.
Yeah.
Then he kept it. He was like, listen, I've got to make Thorin right. So 29 frags.
Yeah. All right.
He's still right.
I'm going to start calling you Baelish. It was all part of the plan. Chaos is a ladder. But Dupree, who went ham in the previous map, he wasn't really needed here. And I guess that's one of the advantages. We talk about Zipex playing in that sort of CT area and the impact he had with the support frags. Picked up a bunch and really stopped them taking any sort of mid-control and coming out. By contrast, you look over at Fnatic. Okay, Olaf Meister stepped up and had those 20 frags. JW, who was great in this series for Fnatic. This was kind of the reverse of what we've been talking about. That all the pieces have been there, but JW's been missing. JW turns up, and actually it's guys like Flusher.
Yeah. Flusher for the whole series, actually, what a dip. That's why
Yeah.
I think people have been too hot to make out like he's the best player right now. He's the best player in the world. I think he's had key maps that were very, very memorable, that really stood out and saved Fnatic's bacon. But, I mean, you've seen here, it's not consistent from him.
I mean,
I was just waiting for the obvious JW joke. Not going to do it. Not going to
Saving JW's bacon.
Yeah, that's what I was going
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I just know how he thinks.
Boys,
I work
you
with
just
this guy
threw me
all
off
the time.
fully there with the bacon
Sorry,
jokes.
sorry.
Danish
you
bacon.
poisoned the bacon.
Yep, it's good. We've got to leave the bacon thing for it.
I think the difference really was this time TSM, they got the first kills on that CT side where Fnatic was trying to force the occasion of taking over long a lot of time early on, like trying to send 2-3 people over there, but not managing to take it over. Same in middle, Fnatic kept losing the first guy in. And now this time TSM actually managed to use that advantage. Unlike on Inferno, they lost it a bunch of times in a lot more consistently. So
Yeah. And I think as well it's worth noting that this was a strange performance from Fnatic in the sense that usually when they get these leads, they keep winning enough rounds at a rate where it's never going to slip. Even if they let the team come back, it's respectable. Might be something like a 16-12, 16-10. You still look at that score and you go, well, it was never in doubt that Fnatic were going to win. But actually here, they let TSM right back into it, which just isn't like them at all. Usually it's Fnatic that battle back from behind if they get there. It's Fnatic you can never count out. Well, actually, Fnatic threw away a hell of a lead here. So, worrying.
If we should happen to see these two teams play again in this tournament, we don't know, but it's possible, obviously. Could even play in the lower bracket, obviously. Yeah. I think that this is a tournament where Fnatic can't lose to TSM twice in the same tournament. If they do, all the hope of like, wow, they still did beat them in that show match, and like going forwards, maybe TSM's not going to be a champion anymore. They'll have lost to them so many times this year that'll be beyond Kryptonite. It'll be like you can't win against them. The psychological block will be there, I think.
So we're going to just miss out the heat map, obviously on Dust 2. I don't know how much we'll be able to glean. I mean, JW was a huge factor for Fnatic, but in the end, just too much strength and depth for TSM, so they're disappointing. What do you think this means within the context of the tournament? Obviously, Fnatic have to drop down into this lower bracket now. They are going to meet Team Liquid there. Is this anything that... Team Liquid, do you think they'll have anticipated this and maybe prepared for them? We know that Adren likes to, kind of almost be like a playbook kind of in-game leader.
Even if they have, I think of all the teams in the tournament, the ones I'd rather be playing if I'm Liquid is actually TSM and Virtus.pro, because at least they have certain things that you could look at in tendencies, like, okay, we can do this. What are the tendencies of Fnatic? Oh, they always win these like amazing 1v2s. Like, well, what am I supposed to do against that? There's no tactic for that.
Let's make a scouting report on Fnatic, boys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Who will be doing well this map?
Nothing makes sense.
Yeah, turns out they're sick.
So, unfortunately,
right?
it's not really the team you can do that with. At least, obviously, you could outplay them. Sometimes their players aren't having that great game, but I don't know that there's specific tendencies you can attack. Whereas the others, there is a formula to it. You know kind of how the players from VP are going to attack on certain sites. You know where TSM likes to play, the routine they get into. At the moment, Fnatic's not the team I want to play if I'm Liquid.
Yeah, well, I guess the line of thought I'm kind of trying to push us down is that obviously Fnatic are looking a little bit more mortal. I know that
I think they could be upset in that sense. They could be beaten just outright. Yeah.
I know that they're losing to elite level teams, and I don't think, all due respect to Team Liquid, I don't think we can really count them up there yet. They would certainly need to do a lot more to show that to us. But Fnatic, obviously, they look a little bit beleaguered, actually. I mean, when Carrigan pulled that clutch off at the end, the reaction from Fnatic's, they were like, that's supposed to be what we do. It's like they couldn't believe it. So, I'm kind of wondering how rattled they actually are.
The problem is, of all the teams, and we stressed this, it was before you got here when we were talking about the Liquid VP game, so the problem for Liquid going against all these teams is that these teams have some of the widest champion pools in the whole game right now. So you play Fnatic, and if Fnatic are just smart with the pick ban, they can get away from every strength of Liquid's, and they can even look at the games before with Virtus Pro and go, let's not even risk like an overpass maybe, let's get it to Train or Cobblestone, let's get it to Cash or something. Whatever they want to get it to, they can get it to almost in that map pool because they have the whole choice.
Yeah, Liquid's problem is that Fnatic is not going to have any respect against them. They're going to have all the confidence. They're just going to go out there, play their kind of a JW, jumping around and shooting people. All of them start pushing it. I don't see a lot of chance for Liquid.
To go along with that as well, I also usually feel like that's what you think if you're the lesser team. Like, oh, they weren't even playing that well in that great game. Yeah, that's because they were playing like some of the monsters in the game right now. So what happens now when they play you is they're like, right, I've got some frustrations to let out. Let me get my belt off. And they're like, no, 9 is enough. 9 is enough. Okay.
Yeah, daddy's home. So... Can we bring up the MVP for that series? Is that possible? Did we have one? Did we pick one? Here we go.
I wonder who it is now.
Drum roll.
It's got to be.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's Device.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
It was all over the place, wasn't it?
Yeah. And, just, again, shows his versatility all
for
around.
just this one game, yeah.
Yeah, this is what I mean, the MVP.
It's tricky when you say match in game, because usually, to me, match means the whole series.
My bad.
Game means the one.
My bad.
No,
Okay.
they said it themselves.
Right, okay, that's
blame
good.
them, not you, Rich.
Yeah,
you were great.
I'm just reading off a script.
Actually a better stat than kills, for example.
Yeah.
Because say you have the 30 kills, but you died 25 times, it looks like, wow, you were dominating the game. Yeah, but you've given up a lot of that. You're giving back the advantage. If you can get this sort of a KDA, where, 29 kills is amazing, but the idea is you died so few times, you've just dominated the game completely because the swing there is massive. You're getting tons of kills, you're giving up barely anything. It's going to be extremely difficult for the other team to match that.
Especially at this elite level. And, I want to point out, my predictions coming into this, looking at the 4 teams, I did feel that, TSM would be the team that would eventually go on and win it. I kind of felt they would defend.
It's convenient to say that now.
No,
Rich,
I wasn't here to tell you, was I?
Oh, right, that's what a shame. Okay.
I talk to you all the time, Duncan, on our little Skype calls. You know. Right. But no, I did feel that, and they're looking sharp. And I think Fnatic have really got some problems they really need to look at. So my question to you, obviously you know these guys inside out. You're often called the Fnatic fanboy, and I know you'll know them from your time as a player and whatnot. Are they able to reset themselves overnight, or is this becoming too habitual, too much of a pattern that it's really going to start playing on their minds as the tournament progresses?
I don't think so. I mean, they are championship-level players. They've come through a lot of situations where everyone thought, all right, they're out. But they never are. They're Fnatic. They will always be there. Simple as that.
The thing is, if they were going to get rattled like that, I think it should have already happened. Like, I think they probably should have lost that semi-final at the major. That would have been a great end to the story. Like, they don't defend. VP or Envious goes on and wins. It's the new era. They kind of delayed that storyline though by getting that win there, and somehow everyone was like, oh, maybe they just always win then. So now we've gone the other way. I do kind of feel a bit worried in the sense that if you want to think that Fnatic can remain number one, it is kind of crazy how many times they've lost recently. Like, I actually went through. For a different piece I was researching, I went through and I looked how many best of 3 or best of 5 series has Fnatic ever lost in their whole time with this lineup. And before this series, they'd only lost 13 best of 3 or best of 5 ever with this 5-man lineup. But 3 of those losses had come within the last 2 months or something crazy like that. So that's like a massive amount of them. So Yeah, at the moment, they're losing way more than they normally do. Normally, they average a loss over like 3 month span, like one series loss. So at the moment, these top teams, TSM, MVS, VP, are giving them the business every single time. With that said, though, those teams, when they beat them, are at like peak level, like 10 out of 10 performance type level. So those teams have to keep that pressure up to be able to do it. So Fnatic still could win this tournament. Maybe they meet these other teams, they're just playing okay, or maybe they get the right opponent. Like, hey, maybe VP takes care of TSM for them at some point. I don't know. But there's a situation where if TSM plays like this, Fnatic isn't going to win this tournament.
Yeah. So just some final thoughts, gentlemen, before we wrap up. Anything that I might have missed in my probing questions?
Don't mention Delta Rift or whatever they're called, you know?
Right. I've got that.
I think that's
I'm looking forward to the debrief. Cheers, Dunk.
I think that's going to wrap it up.
Yeah?
I think we're done.
We're done. We're definitely done. I was just worried the light fitting was going to come down on us at one point.
Well, actually, here's
I didn't
something
even
to
flinch.
say.
You noticed that, didn't you? I
Even
didn't even flinch.
even though we had 2 series that were 2-0 each time, it was never actually a third map. I think for 2-0 maps, they were pretty entertaining, actually. It was back and forth on all of the maps. Even when you thought one team's favored on another, the other one had their times when they were on it. It was quite compelling viewing.
Yeah, and I said Team Liquid scorelines against Virtus Pro, a hot Virtus Pro at the moment as well. Very impressive indeed. So lots to look forward to tomorrow. Thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. And that's going to be it for us today from here at Season 1 of PGL. We'll be back tomorrow, I believe, at 12:30 local time when we'll be starting the pre-show. And then the first game is due to go live at 1 p.m., I think. Is that correct? Have I got that right?
You told me.
Yeah, I did get it right. Okay. No, but again. And that's CEST, I think. So there you go. Remember that. Anyway.
If you didn't get confused,
you
never will.
But basically, just say, you always go local time. That's how you wrap it up. You say, we're back at 1 o'clock local time. That's when the first game's going to be there. We're looking forward to seeing you join us. Thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's gonna fall! Looking like they're going to advance. They have done it. GG! And Dunk Train phase shifted in. He's also going to fall. Massive amounts of damage. On the top of this, it looks as though they're going to be able to take it down. The remaining shots are going to be able to
to take this core down. No! Hold on! 4% left! Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Road to BlizzCon EU 2015. I'm Grubby, and with me is Todd, and we're bringing to you the final game of today, of the opening day, so to speak, the precursor to tomorrow's great stage matches and actual main event.
Yeah, after years of competing against each other in Warcraft 3, 10 years later, we're back to commentate another Blizzard game which contains Warcraft 3 heroes. Who would have known?
Well, we have to work together now, but we've done it before in some 2-on-2 matches in Warcraft 3, quite a record. But
Best team ever.
so the team that loses here gets eliminated, and we want to kind of jump straight into the draft. The day has been dragging on for longer for some of these teams, so they were antsy to get started. And let's just look right away at the bands here, Todd.
Yeah, Fnatic opened with the Lyric ban here against Gamers 2. Gamers 2 quickly replied with the Kalthas ban, and then Uther was first picked. Fnatic, this is one of their niche picks here. Uther, they love to open with it in almost every single draft here, and usually it's Wooby that's playing it. He's, you know, it's funny, like if Wooby gets Uther, then he plays support, but if they get another support, somebody else plays.
Great pick-off potential, but what they don't have yet is wave clear. If you cannot clear your waves quickly enough, you also cannot really be allowed to roam over the map. So look for those to be picked up. Gamers 2 are not going to remove one of those great wave clear champs. They're going to remove Raynor, which gives some possibility for them to go on the mass warriors route.
Yeah, it's getting really interesting here already between these two on this draft. Not your typical draft, I feel like, because Fnatic, they had a very clear idea of what they wanted to go into. They're just going to bet the Abathur here against Gamers 2. Definitely one of the safe things that you need to do, especially on Cursed Hollow. Probably the best map for Abathur.
Yeah. Cursed Hollow, Blackheart Bay, the really big maps where it's difficult to rotate all the way to the top lane to stop that pesky Abathur push, and it's very safe for him to hide in lots of bushes here and there on the map. But let's see, Gamers 2, they now have to start giving major shape to their composition. These two could be considered roughly neutral picks, but now they have to decide where they want to go. Karazim, Divine Palm, great counter to pick off. What's next?
I think a Johanna or a Zagara here would be very solid. It's two of the strongest heroes. You know, I always talk about how everybody kind of has their tier list, even though some people will kind of say otherwise. Everybody in their mind have like heroes that they think are the best, and I do feel like right now in Heroes of the Storm, these two are going to be some of the strongest. But Sonya,
wow,
who's become such a huge part of the meta here, gets picked up finally. Finally, we see her in the draft instead of getting bans.
Yeah, and the Raynor pick suddenly makes sense because we do have that warrior expansion that we were talking about. Raynor with great sustained damage and the giant killer pickup at 13 is fantastic against warriors. Could be another warrior there at the very end. Which one does G2 want? Does Fnatic want to take that one away? Maybe Johanna is almost a no. Brainer?
If they want to play with 3 warrior, yeah. I mean, if Gamers 2 wanted to play with 3 warrior and Fnatic thought that they were going to do that, but in this case, Fnatic, they're just going to go for the Vala.
Vala, solid damage, very mobile, very versatile, but you can't really solo tank Arthas, can you? Or maybe we'll be shown that you can.
With actually with Tyrande and Uther, I guess you can, but yeah, he's gonna have to.
It's hard to engage upon the opponent with just Arthas. I guess it could work if you get a melee assassin instead.
If you go Sintra Koza, you can, but then you won't have any kind of sustain, because then you won't have. Army of the Dead. So Anubara gets picked up here.
Okay, makes sense. I always like Anubrak with Bed of Barbs against mass melee, but we see a lot of Urticating Spines. Not another warrior, unless you count Olaf. We got Vikings coming out here. So
3 more warriors.
3 more. They only took Eric. Big mistake.